Save one.
What?
Save one person.
Which one?
Don't talk, don't fight. Get in, get one out.
We're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room because it's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just, I don't know, is killing people right now.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. So, I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to smoke.
Oh. It's so weird. It's so weird. You know, I love that clip from Holly. If you're following us on Twitter, I made a little video tweet just a little while ago, and it's Eliana's comment from her show and Holly's comment from her show put together, just to tell people to shut up. So hey, what's going on? How's everybody doing? Welcome to Son of Liberty Radio, and I see there's people here. There are people here. Hello, peoples. So yeah, we're still working on our next block of guests. We've got people that are interested in coming on the show, and I want to make sure that we get their scheduling right and stuff. So for this week, no guests, just Kevin and I. We're gonna be proselytizing and preaching the gospel of vapor to you tonight. We're also going to be pointing out some things. Some things happened this week that were, interesting and problematic and yet important, and we'll talk about that too. I see people are filing in. People are filing in. So hey, let's bring my cohort, the other genius in the room, to the show. There he is. There's the other genius. What's going on, Kevin?
I haven't had my nap yet, so I'm a little cranky. So
Are you a little cranky? Well, I mean, at your age, you need to have an afternoon nap, especially on Friday during the day, because we get a little rowdy in here, and we want you to have some energy. Otherwise, little Logan in the background is going to be kicking your butt later on.
He will. No, he's leaving tonight. He's going home.
What?
Yeah, but that's okay. He's been here.
No, I think he should make sure Grandpa don't get any sleep tonight.
He already did that with Grandma.
So what's going on with Kevin this week?
Just
a second, Kevin. Just a second. I apologize to all of you out there. Hello, Rob and Homicidal Maniac and Tom and Shannon and Hamish and David. And Yolanda is in the room, and Shannon is in the room, and Thomas is in the room. And wow, Jennifer, the vape fairy herself, the not yet recipient of a package from me. Troop, and Will, and wow, Chris Garland, and David Gerlitz, the wonderful David Gerlitz is here, and Mr. Didymus, And one more, our Aussie friend, Paul, the dickhead from Down Under, is also in the chat room. So anyway, let's what's going on with you, Kevin?
Well,
other than crashing in the background,
I don't know. I did my public blog this week with my wife and her Alzheimer's. I actually feel a little better about that now. And I'm
it's
watching,
good to finally get it out.
It is, and if you read it, she is better than she was when we started with this because of other things. But that's an important issue. If you have anybody with Alzheimer's, you got to pay attention. Kind of a long journey. Bless you. Goodness. I saw a. Well, I don't remember where it was, and I don't have it in front of me. I threw it at you. One of the youth surveys that they were trying to do, they couldn't find enough.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that.
I like that.
It's already that's on the show docket. That's on. That's yeah.
I know what else is. I already know what else.
Well, that'll be on there, and we'll just talk about some of the things. Oh, did you see that FDA?
Mm-hmm.
That FDA put out a video this week.
No, I did not.
About vaping in kids, the pediatric. Was the FDA and the American Association of Pediatric Doctors. They put out a video this week talking about vaping.
I don't think I saw
advertising vaping to kids. It was it's got the FDA logo on it and everything. It's like a real thing. So I invite everyone to go and find that video. I'm not going to play it in here because it's 2 minutes of like mind-numbing stupid. But I invite everybody to do that. And one of the things that I do like every week, Tom, turn your volume up. I have no control over your volume.
Test, 1, 2, 3.
Testes. 1, 2, 3. Testes.
Paging David.
I always do like a little Google. I always do like a little Google search prior to the show just to, see if I can find video content that I would like to share or news stories that I haven't seen yet that I want to talk about. Because, sometimes big news breaks like Friday right at like close of business. They make an announcement and then they close the doors.
And Tuesday mornings. They like Tuesday
mornings. I did a Google search or not a Google search. I did a YouTube video search for vaping, just the term vaping. And I narrowed it down to videos from the last 4 weeks. And this is the epitome of weaponization of America's youth. So I invite each and every one of you to go to YouTube. Go to YouTube and do a search for vaping, and then go to the thing where it allows you to filter out things and just pick videos for the last 4 weeks. And I'm telling you, there were probably 50 videos from like different high school groups making videos from, for their state or their county or city departments of health about vaping.
Mm-hmm.
And, Truth has opened up a video. I think it's probably like was that TikTok or, oh, no. I forgot. TikTok's in the chat room. So, I mean, they're starting these programs where people or kids can make testimonial videos about their struggle with vaping or how bad vaping is. So, I mean, the propaganda campaign is going fierce.
Mm-hmm.
But what's really funny, and you brought it up just a minute ago, is we saw this week a study. This group of scientists were doing a study. It was like some sort of like health group, like a health, like university health group or something like that. A group, and they put out a survey to a large number of children.
Yep,
large number of children, to like 66,000 or something like that. Some massive number of kids, to find out about vaping.
93,000.
93,000. They surveyed 93,000 kids.
Yeah.
So that they could do a study on vaping.
Using integrated system for identifying and referring adolescent e-cigarette users, was a failed feasibility pilot study.
Because they couldn't find
anybody.
They couldn't find enough kids that had vaped in that 93,000 kids to do a study. So the vaping epidemic is so bad.
Yes.
They can't find kids to participate in a vaping study.
Well, so what I'm going to do for the people listening is I'm going to link it here, and you have to click on the PDF to get to what you're wanting to read, because all they're going to show you is the first page preview. So that's what's going into the chat when it comes up. There it is. So that's the main link that you want to find, and then in that there's a PDF. You scroll down just a hair or two, a tic tac, probably the amount of a tic tac or so, and you'll.
Yeah, I mean the name of the study, the publication or is a study. It says that it is the inability to recruit adolescents for a vaping cessation clinical trial within a large pediatric health system. I mean, let me just show this here. I'm just going to share this on screen. I mean, this is this says right here, this is National Library of Medicine. This is an NIH deal. This is PubMed, so it is not some sort of weird like study site where anybody can get something.
This is our
published.
National Institute of Health.
Right? This is a real thing, right? This is a real thing, and you said I have to click on the PDF.
You have to click on. Go back up, and then click on the DOI part right there at the affiliate.
This one right here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're doing well, sir. And then just
all
scroll
right
there, PDF.
Yeah, let's go ahead and view this puppy for a second. So this is the accepted manuscript.
Mm-hmm.
So this is this is it. There's this is a pre-publication. Yeah. Well, no. I mean, this is the accepted. Apparently, they can't find any peers. They can't find any peers for it. Are you telling me that your link doesn't go to the YouTube page? Homicidal Maniac is eager. You know what I'm going to do, Homicidal? I'm going to copy this myself right now because I think that my comments get posted everywhere. I think that's a really long dealie though. Let's see if it actually works for you. So
rub it, make it bigger.
Oh, rub this and make it bigger.
Yes, sir. It's
like that.
Yeah,
that's right. So e-cigarette use among adolescents is epidemic, putting children at risk for significant harm. E-cigarettes are the most commonly used tobacco product among youth, with over 20% of high school students reporting current use. Yada, yada, yada. I mean, the first two sentences.
Right.
First two sentences, right?
Contradicts everything else.
let's scroll down. Let's scroll down. So you tell me when to stop.
Right here. Let's stop there for a second because I want them to use screening in routine clinical practice. If this is a clinical trial of some fucking sort that they're going to
it says
a bunch of bullshit about, I want it to be correct.
We incorporated adolescent e-cigarette screening into routine clinical practice. Embedded in the ERH, clinicians are prompted to ask, in the past year, have you used a tobacco product like cigarettes, e-cigarettes, vaping devices such as tanks, mods, or Juul, or cigarillos, little cigars? If adolescents reported use, additional prompts asked about product use, frequency of use, and interest in treatment, and referral to our study. We added additional recruitment approaches, highlighted below through the length of the study. Okay, so they're essentially part of a health system, which is usually multiple providers in multiple settings, hospitals, clinics, and so forth and so on. And this is part of their medical history questionnaire. They added this into for the pediatrics. Yes. So adolescent users who were interested in treatment were approached through secure text messaging via the Way to Health platform. So that's an app that you download to your phone. And then once you log in, you can get questions from your clinicians. So the platform handles bidirectional texting and surveys. Once enrolled, participants were connected with the My Life, My Quit program, a youth-specific quit line. I'm gonna do that. I didn't realize that it wasn't full screen. Now we're cooking with gas here. So, outcomes and analysis.
Oh, good.
So it says here, we quantified patients who screened positive for e-cigarette tobacco use in clinical practice, potential eligible subjects identified through other means, and those successfully enrolled in the study.
Hang on. Does that mean
we finished the sentence?
They did a piss test, right?
Or their parents said, "Oh, I caught them,"
Okay.
That through other means could be anything. Our originally planned primary outcome was e-cigarette user engagement with the cessation program. Proportions who enrolled using completed the program. Compared 3 arms: 1, incentives to use the quit line; 2, an incentive after a confirmed quit at the end of the study; or 3, no incentives. The sample size goal was 60 participants, 20 for each arm. So they were 3 arms, and they wanted 20 people in each arm. So now, screening, recruitment, and enrollment results. From May of 2018 through August of 2020, 93,527 adolescents had a well visit, and 66,907 adolescents were screened for tobacco e-cigarette use. Of those screened, 1,603, that's just 2.4%, reported any past year tobacco/e-cigarette use, and 537, that's less than 1%, that's 0.80, reported current e-cigarette use. So 93,527. And only 537 of those were current users. Rates of positive screens were low regardless of practice type, whether that was in the urban or suburban or semi-rural setting. Through clinical-based screening and recruitment, 47 adolescent e-cigarette users were referred, and that's only 11.1% of the ones that actually said that they were current users. Referral rates did not increase despite 4,382 recruitment emails to CHOP's search registry, a list of patients, parents interested in studies, ads on CHOP's website, social media accounts, and additional advertisements, recruitment materials posted around the health system sites, expanding the age range. So they're like, oh, well, we can't get enough 14 to 18-year-olds, so let's increase it to 14 to 21. And they still couldn't get it.
From 2018 to 2020.
Yes.
As well.
2 whole years.
2 years worth.
So
think about it. Just take a sip of your drink and think about that for a second. There you go.
I'm thinking.
It's so sad.
So yeah, I mean, if e-cigarette use, and I'm not saying that no kids are vaping. I mean, obviously there was 600 out of 93,000. And obviously some of those people are not, some of those kids are not going to admit it.
Correct.
But there's, I mean, obviously we talked about self-reporting with the Holy Valley bullshit that we finally got clarification on this week, which will also be mentioned later on in the show. They still couldn't find enough people to participate in a study while we're supposedly having a youth epidemic.
No.
If there is any if there is any weapon that we can use, any argument. Come on, mouse, get over here. There. See, the mouse was stuck on one of the monitors here. If there was any proof that the gateway, well, not gateway, that the epidemic argument is bullshit, that's it. Homicidal, there's your link. So it's ridiculous to me, the amount of bullshit. So you want to show something, Kevin?
Not quite yet. I can't figure out what the heck I just did to my screen.
I don't know what you did to your screen.
There we go.
I had trouble getting my mouse from this screen to this screen just now. So,
All right, I'm ready. So
all right.
This is.
Oh, you got to rub that shit.
All right, hang on.
Rub it, because that is way. I have to use the bottom part of my trifocals.
Is that better?
So, but read it.
Okay, so in this this tweet here is me asking American Pediatrics, American Academy, the president at the time, this lady Lee Beers is someone else now, and Jerry, because he was the Surgeon General at the time, how many children are treated for nicotine addiction yearly? Study, science, data, results. This is 2016. I asked this question. I've asked this question probably 30 times. So on the 4th, yesterday, I asked above in 2016 and in many other places for data, science, and studies, assuming the American Academy of Pediatrics and the president were the authority. Turns out you can't produce it, is my answer to the same basic link we're talking about. So this has been asked by way more than just me. 100 times. You've got the children in front of you. Where's the results? What's going on?
There's
and they can't find it.
There's one particular anti-vaping, anti-nicotine asshat on Twitter that's constantly just just blatantly dropping stats without any supporting stuff. And I'm always like, hey, dude, show your work. Produce this. You say that that you have a study or that there's a study. Show me.
They can't.
Show it to me.
It's sad.
So, I don't really get what these people are we're doing your job for you. We're helping people quit smoking.
We're looking for this.
Let us.
Way more than they're pretending it's there. Not that it's not. Us. I know. We both know. Yeah. Let us help you.
Just let us do your job for you, and we'll do it for free. So, there's no reason for you to apply for grants and to take donations. We're doing your job for free. And I say that because Kevin and I, neither one of us are in the industry, and neither one of us make $1 in the industry. So we're doing it for free for sure. Now, obviously, the people that are in the industry, they're making $1, but they're still saving people's lives.
Yeah.
Let them. So, yeah. So, Kevy.
What?
Kevy.
I don't even like you. I haven't had my nap. What do you want?
I'm so mean to you. I apologize, Kevin. I really do.
Fine.
So mean to you. I apologize for being mean to you all the time.
What did I do? What didn't
so
I do?
I'm having an inception moment. So I really gotta unrub this. It's too big. Let's unrub it.
Things we've never heard.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do this thing because I made this video and I referred to it earlier that I made the video of Eliana and Holly.
Yep.
So I really want to show that on screen.
Good.
Because I think that it's imperative that people see the awesomeness that we provide for free. Except that this thing is working very slowly. Give me 1 second. So they're always adding new features like to this podcast platform that we use. And now it lets me like play a video file, right? So it's pretty cool. And now I'm searching my computer to find the actual video that I just made and just tweeted. Instead of actually, I have the Twitter here. I'm over here trying to make it look even cooler by doing it the other way. But I might just do it the other way because it's just that cool. If I can't find it in the next 5 seconds, somebody count for me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, yeah, David Gerlitz.
He's in the room somewhere. He was.
He probably went to bed already.
Well, Ed just got up, so he must be having troubles.
Yeah. So here we go. This is the Twitter.
Oh, look at that.
I got to fix this though.
It's such a big elephant.
Let's just play it from the beginning. Look at this.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room because such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just I don't know is killing people right now.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to quit smoking.
Never forget the elephant in
Kevin was like a sea lion there. Ooh, 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 ooh,
like a big monkey. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, you've been nagging me for a week or two to get you that clip, so I just figured I would do this. Yeah, two of our amazing guests that we've had on the show. Obviously, Eliana conducted science, performed an experiment right on screen during our show. And she did a whole presentation with like a nicotine molecule and everything. It was really neat. And then obviously hearing Senator Holly Hughes tell her own personal story and how she's using her personal story to advance some sort of
amplify.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, John, I cannot allow you to continue to be misinformed. There are not 13 million vapors in the United States. According to an Altria it was Altria, an Altria stockholders report, that's what they estimate. But I'm never, ever, 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 ever going to believe anything that Altria says. Reasonable and reliable numbers are there's about 4 million full-time users of vapor products in the United States, and maybe another 7 million dual users. Those are the last published reliable numbers that are on the market or about people in the market. And 480,000 Americans die every year from smoking. That's awful, and it should never happen. And you're saying 8 million people. I don't know about 8 million. I don't know what the number is. That might be completely accurate, but any person that dies from smoking, while the WHO, American Lung, The Truth, any of those organizations that are fighting against us, regardless of how many people use the product, as long as they're fighting us to save people's lives, the death those people's deaths are on them. I mean, they know. We know that they know, because actually, we got into a long conversation with Cliff Douglas on Twitter this week, and there was a whole. I think remember last week I showed the picture that I made for Twitter of nicotine in NRT and nicotine in e-liquid. That actually got Cliff Douglas to join in the conversation about nicotine. And Kevin, tell everybody who Cliff Douglas is. I don't think everybody knows who Cliff Douglas is.
I think he started the tobacco control something or other. I forget. He's been with American Cancer forever, 30 something years or 40 years or so. Probably a good friend of Dr. Mr. Gorlitz. Friends with Matt Myers, lung, heart, cancer. They all know each other. He's been doing it a long time. Highly respected up in Michigan, I believe. I don't know every single thing about him, but he's been around a long time. He's also, I believe, a consultant for the tobacco FDA tobacco control.
So yeah, let me here. I'll share this. I got this on. I got you.
You got it on. Okay.
I got you. So he is at the University of Michigan's School of Public Health. He is the director of Tobacco Research Network. We're open. This is his whole deal. So Cliff Douglas is a longtime expert in a wide range of tobacco-related policy and regulatory and legal issues, ranging from federal regulation of tobacco products and the challenges and potential benefits of e-cigarettes to the widening disparities in the smoking population. As director of the University of Michigan Tobacco Research Network, he leads Smoke-Free Environments Law Project, a 20-year statewide project that provides information, consultation, and advice for the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, local units of government, tobacco control advocates, and communities regarding evidence-based policies, practices, to blah, blah, blah. So he served on the American Cancer Society as a vice president for tobacco control and as the founding director of ACS, American Cancer Society's Center for Tobacco Control, from 2015 to 2020, where he led the development of the organization's new progressive scientific and policy position related to eliminating the epidemic of combustible tobacco use in the United States, guided a national campaign to educate parents about vaping and youth, led the Great American Smokeout and the updating of that annual event to emphasize the importance of addressing health disparities. He co-chaired the National Partnership of Behavioral Health and Tobacco Use, founded the $6 million Tobacco-Free Generation Campus Initiative. So anyway, blah, blah, blah. He's done a lot of stuff in tobacco control. And after a long, so I gotta go to Twitter now. I gotta go back to Twitter, Kevin. So let me go find this on Twitter, because was it Cliff Douglas? Was it Cliff himself that tweeted the thing about the miracle? That nicotine is both a miracle or a curse and a miracle. Was that him?
Yep.
Yeah, here it is. So we're going to share this on screen again. Let me click this button here. So here it is. So he says nicotine is both a curse and a blessing. It's a curse because it addicts millions of innocent human beings to lethal cigarettes, which contain 7,000 chemicals and 7,000 chemicals and 70 carcinogens. It can also be a blessing because in NRT and many non-combustible products, it can help users quit smoking. So obviously, everyone by now knows that this person here, Tahir Turk, Mr. TT, he TT'd in his pants, has been trolling. He's an Australian dude.
Tic Tac.
We've talked about him repeatedly being a social media professor with 110 or 100 and something followers. But anyway, so he says, so highly addictive. Nicotine is a blessing. Talk about drinking the Kool-Aid. P.S. on assisted quitting and emerging data on harms from e-cigarettes and eventual use by a new generation totally outweigh any benefits. So again, I have to address. So I addressed Mr. Turk, Mr. TT. I said again to you here, Turk. If nicotine is so highly addictive, why does the WHO and every other public health body promote certain nicotine products as safe and not addictive? Don't ask members to restrict. So the WHO, and I think we even showed this tweet last week.
We did. I know we did.
So, yes. So because there's been new movement, we have to, this thread is not dying. So, anywho,
I want you to an hour ago.
Yes, because I just blasted his ass. So I want everybody to understand that I don't want to respond to Tahir Turk because he's not important and he's relatively minuscule and a tiny fish, but he keeps opening his mouth in my conversations. So Tahir, just an hour ago, he'll do this too, by the way, is he'll wait 5 or 6 days when he thinks nobody is looking, and then he'll comment to try to get the last word in. So he says corporate influence, when in fact, the efficacy of NRT for cessation is quite low, just below e-cigarettes. So he just admitted right here publicly that e-cigarettes were more successful and more effective at getting people to quit smoking than big pharma and government approved NRT products.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
So this is a little bit out of order, but we'll get back to this 10% effective thing. So just remember the 10% effective thing, and I'll give you the source for that in a little bit. So I said, if they're only 10% effective to hear turd, don't those 10 out of 100 people deserve the option to save themselves from a death fighting for air? Even if they're only 10% effective, like you say, which is still better than the government approved big pharma product that you just admitted that. Don't they deserve to live? And by the way, your claim that they're only 10% is wrong. But even if that is, why don't you want us to save them? This is a public health guy.
Crickets, right? Crickets.
Public health guy. So obviously you see that our friends are all here. Yeah, Tahir right here says that he's a warrior for public health, social justice, and the environment. We already showed his bio last week. I'm not doing it again. But and I really don't want to spend any time on this asshat, but we got to because he opened his mouth and I want to shove my foot in it. So obviously then some nerd named Vaping replied here.
That bastard. I think he's friends with Paul. I don't know.
Yeah. Well. So it says here, and you highlighted it.
I did.
Nicotine is used for a number of reasons. Nicotine can have positive effects on cognitive processes, improving attention, fine motor coordination, concentration, memory speed of information processing, and alleviation of boredom and drowsiness, alleviation of stress, anxiety, depression, and other mental health and medical conditions, schizophrenia, and Parkinson's disease. So nicotine has beneficial properties. Do you have your sources for this, Kevin?
I'm actually putting it in the chat, right?
Yeah, because I want everybody to. We will actually always show our work. That's important because if you're a scientist, a public health professional, and you start spouting BS,
you better have it.
When people say, "Can you provide sources for that information?" You should be able to produce those sources.
Now, the link I sent is a PDF from Truth Initiative.
Oh yeah, really?
Itself, right?
Are they a trusted public health organization?
Allegedly, yeah, maybe. So, if you want the actual link to the site, if you go to the Truth Initiative site, and I think you look up, I think it's nicotine. I think it's rethinking nicotine. It'll pop up a general statement, but it doesn't pop that up. So they buried this into a PDF, which says go to the PDF on that page, but I want that PDF in your hand, not the link to the page. So I think you're in the weeds for that.
Now I've gone way off and stuff.
Yeah, you're out.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, I don't need to go any further. We have a public health guy. Well, we have this public health guy, Cliff Douglas, who is saying that nicotine does help people quit smoking.
This is February 17th, by the way.
Yeah, this is an old tweet that is still alive.
Yeah. But wait, there's more.
Yeah, he admits right here that NRT and many non-combustible products, it can help people quit smoking. Then we have this asshat who is also a public health, supposedly a public health guy, who says that nicotine in e-cigarettes is more effective at helping people quit smoking than NRT.
Patrick, say hi.
There's Logan. See, he can't hear me. So I can continue to cuss because he can't hear me.
No, he can't hear you.
So, and this was a really long conversation, right? Cliff has been responding. He's been in here. He's been engaging, and that's the good thing. That's a good thing because people need to understand. Aaron is in here. I'm somebody at No Nicotine is responding. Jim McDonald's in here. These are intelligent people in this discussion.
You see Dave's.
I did see that he said that Cliff Douglas was with me when I testified in Congress. He's the guy that is making me come out and reboot. That's what he said. So, yeah, Bastard is in here trying to give me a $0 super chat. But yeah, I mean,
first one.
Obviously, Cliff is one of those people that is sort of vanilla about his promotion of vaping.
He's
at least in his tweets.
He's been on the other side for a long time.
Well, I know he's been on the other side, but he is admitting that non-combustible forms of nicotine, but he still uses that nasty word, addiction, highly addictive. Those words, when we know there's volumes of science. Yeah. We have I saw that. That's what made me jump. My train derailed. My thought train derailed for a second.
Thank you, David.
Newhouse. We have Paul Newhouse out there who's done decades of research on nicotine when it's separated from combustible smoking, and has categorically denied that nicotine is addictive by itself.
Correct. Which is where I'd left Cliff in I don't know, 2017 or 18. I said, here, it's addictive because he made a comment about addiction. So I said, here's my challenge. I'd give $100. Everybody sit down to tobacco-free kids if he could produce it. And he said, you're one of them. So whatever.
I always ask for your sources. That's all I want.
That's all I wanted.
That's all I want.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to get back to the nonsense of 10% a little bit later.
All right.
So you know what happened this week, though? You know what happened this week, Kevin?
Do tell. Stop holding it.
So Bloomberg reports Bloomberg reports that that the FDA should release a letter explaining to America, or a statement explaining to America, that nicotine is not the bad part of smoking. It says Marlboro maker asks FDA to convince Americans nicotine isn't that bad. So I'm getting all this fucking.
This is juicy.
This is your last free article. Bloomberg is not going to. Someone's going to have to pay for a subscription for Bloomberg for me. So it says here, Marlboro maker asks FDA to convince Americans nicotine isn't that bad. As Altria tries to move from cigarettes to vaping and other alternatives, it faces a major hurdle. Most adults wrongly think that nicotine causes cancer. And, you know, we do know that that is true, that most Americans and most professional doctors do not believe or do not know that nicotine does not cause cancer. They're telling, you know, oh, nicotine is so awful, blah, blah, blah. So Marlboro maker Altria Group Incorporated wants to enlist an unlikely partner in convincing Americans that nicotine isn't as bad as they think, and that is FDA. The company asked the U.S. FDA to tackle misperceptions about nicotine as part of a proposed $100 million advertising campaign to reduce the harm caused by tobacco, according to a letter sent by Bloomberg News, or seen by Bloomberg News. That could be difficult with about 3/4 of the U.S. adults incorrectly believing nicotine causes cancer. Altria said in the communication, citing government research, clearing up the drug's health risk will be key to the agency reducing smoking because it will help convince cigarette smokers to switch to non-combustible options for nicotine. While there are at least 60 well-established carcinogens in cigarette smoke, it's been known for years that nicotine isn't the direct cause of many of smoking's ills. The drug has been even touted as a way to ease tension and sharpen the mind. Obviously, smart people like Kevin and I use nicotine. But nicotine is the ingredient that addicts people to tobacco products. Would you say?
Oh, I just showed you that through the Truth Initiative. They know that too.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah. But nicotine is the ingredient that addicts people to tobacco products. And it does have risks, including possibly making people more susceptible to abusing opioids.
I haven't done that yet. Anybody in the chat room at all? Is that a game?
According to the National Institute of Drug Abuse, a government agency. I want to see that work. Somebody find me that work. That's so they're saying that people that use tobacco are more at risk of becoming susceptible to abusing opioids. So, I got to unshare this for a second. Okay. So people that choose riskier behaviors are more prone to other risky behaviors. So if you are a freewheeling, non-caring, live fast and leave a young corpse I don't live hard, live fast, leave a beautiful corpse or something like that, then yes, you might be more susceptible. People that are experimenters are going to experiment. I don't believe that you could focus on the fact that they're smokers as being the cause. It's more at a root level that these people are more generally risk takers. I don't think that has anything to do with. But anyway, we shall go on because anyway. So the FDA should commit resources and expertise to correct the deeply entrenched public misperceptions regarding the health risk of nicotine. Paige Magnus, Altria's Senior Vice President of Regulatory Affairs, said in the letter dated February 25th, Such a campaign would help the agency by getting more smokers to use non-combustible offerings that may present lower risks, according to the letter. The FDA declined to comment. So I'm not going to read the rest of it, but you get the idea. So obviously, Altria has a reason that they are trying to get the FDA to do an information campaign explaining that nicotine is not the devil. It's because they make nicotine products. Obviously, it's beneficial to us because they're actually saying something that's true. People are going to not be happy about the fact that Altria, and they're not doing this out of the goodness of their hearts, obviously. They're trying to sell product, and they haven't been the best corporate citizens in their company's history. So trying to do something by getting the government to actually admit that something that's not harmful isn't harmful, that's okay. But back to the tweet that I have linked to this. So I said, this is when Big Tobacco is doing better at public health than the public health warriors. It's a sad day.
Troll.
Time to stop payments on all those grants and donation checks. Hashtag FINO, which is public health in name only. Hashtag tobacco harm reduction. For profit public health puts profit over health. And there's the link to the article. Now, what do you think happened, Kevin, as soon as I tweeted this?
As soon as you trolled somebody, they trolled you.
This is on my... No. This is on my Twitter. I can tweet whatever I want on my Twitter. Now, if I'm going to go to somebody else's Twitter, then that would be trolling. Now, if I know that somebody that follows me is just following me to get offended, and I'm pretty sure I can predict that, that person will respond. If they respond, that's not my fault. But somebody did take the bait. Somebody took the bait. Mr. TT took the bait.
Of course. Are
you living in an altered universe? Hashtag Big Tobacco is your biggest ally, not ours. We do it. We don't do it for profit. They do.
Mm-hmm.
So then Paul Bates, very good friend, Paul Bates says, "Oh no, you're the one living in the alternate universe. You are aiding and abetting the deaths of millions. You are on the side of Big Tobacco smoke products every time you open your mouth. Even Big Tobacco sees the writing on the wall and wants out." So then Tahir decides to put this graph up. He says, "You need to look at our record or our track record of success. Smoking rates continuing to plummet in Australia without the need to addict a new market of vapors for Big Tobacco." So I'm going to bring this up. I'm going to show this on screen. So we're going to look at this trend line. Look at this. This is a trend line, right? So starting in 1980, this is Australians, I'm assuming. Australian cigarette smokers. So this guy says in 1980, there was about 42 million smokers. Or 40%, 42%. So then by 1983, it dropped down to 40. And then from 83 to 89, they dropped 10 million. This is still 89. So then sometime between 89 and 1998, right here, that's about, 28%. So from 1980 to 1998, they dropped from 42 to 28%.
14.
Yeah. So then
14 points.
Yeah, 14 points. I'm just going by the green lines.
Yeah. And let's say 30 to
and
what is it? 12.
The dashed green line. So this is the Australian ACCV survey. And then sometime around here, they went to a different survey. This is the NDSHS survey. And this is just percentage of men, by the way. We're going to use the men's numbers. So 98, according to this survey, actually they're about 28 million or 28% of Australian men. So this estimate is higher than this estimate. So these two surveys don't quite jive, but we're going to go with this because this is the numbers that he quoted. So from 98, we've got 28 million. There's a sharp decline in 3 years down to 24%. I keep going million, but it's percent. And then down here by 4, it's about 22%. And then somewhere around here, look at this. So about 2010, there's about, well, this is about 18%. And then really quickly, from 2010 to 2013, we dropped all the way down to about 17%. Maybe, yeah, this is 15%. Yeah, so about 17%. And then really rapid drops every 2 years, about 2 or 3% for the rest of this.
Yeah.
So slower decline. There's a sharp decline right here over this almost 10-year period, but really fast now. Boom, 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 boom.
And Sir Didymus has a point. They're not counting illegal tobacco in these numbers. So
No, obviously. And I'm just using his graph to show. So the sharpest declines occurred somewhere around 2010 to 2019. These are much more steep declines, except for this one right here.
Yeah,
I'll give him this one. Boom. This was a very long, sharp decline, though. You see what I'm saying? Starting in 83 to 1989-ish.
And then it slowed down.
That really sharp decline, and then it slowed down. It leveled off, and then it jumped down a little bit, but then boom. And right about 2010, that's when vaping started. Vaping really grew. I mean, from 2010 to 2013, boom.
Right.
And then it leveled off again, and then boom to 2019. So yeah, I mean, this guy likes to share stuff, doesn't put it into context, doesn't, we did this all by ourselves is what he's saying. This is us. This is our work. This is our work, he says. But no, he didn't include that the sharpest declines occurred after the invention of e-cigarettes and the introduction in Australia. So obviously there's a lot of good stuff in here. Yeah. But Tahir just wants to, I don't want to troll Tahir.
Public health
I want Tahir to go away. He's irrelevant. But yes, he keeps responding, and he's following me on Twitter. So he's responding to my responses on other people's Twitters. So it's, yeah, it's crazy. Crazy.
No. And he doesn't know math. He knows math worse than I know math.
Well, yeah, but this is a guy that's a professor of public health and media, social media, and developing campaign, misinformation or information campaigns.
I'm under,
but he's only got like 120 followers on Facebook or on social media on Twitter.
Yeah.
What? How successful can he be at building media campaigns and social media efforts if he doesn't have any followers?
I don't know.
It's redonkulous. It's not even. It's redonkulous. And he is on like he admits it on his LinkedIn profile that he works for Bloomberg. So it is. I mean, we don't even have to assume because he actually put it out into the world that is. that is it. But yeah, he said that I was living in an altered universe. So, I did want to address that because I had already said that he was from a dark mirror universe where he's public harm and not public health several tweets ago. So he's just stealing my shit.
Well, he has to because he's not a warrior.
Yeah. So, if anyone is from an altered universe, it's the college professor, public health warrior that tweeted recently that the only place in nature that you can find nicotine is from tobacco.
But he won't answer that one, will he?
No, he's never responded to that. And I said, I think the Bloomberg Bucks has blinded you. The financials so he says that we are big tobacco flunkies. And that they're not making profit. They're not doing this for profit, is what he said. So I think the Bloomberg money has blinded you. The financials for the NGOs are open to the public. We can see the ledgers. We can see the massive salaries. We can see the payouts.
Mm-hmm.
Only a fool would deny that public health is a lucrative industry. Yep. Nonprofit, my ass. And then I said, and let's not forget those wonderful tobacco taxes. Do you think that big tobacco is paying those? No, the people are paying those. Where do you think your university salary comes from? Because he teaches at a state university, right? So
yeah, he'll come back.
But yeah,
he'll come back eventually.
Yeah. So yeah, 2 weeks from now, when he thinks that nobody's paying any fucking attention, that's what he does.
Yeah.
So yeah. There's one more Tahir Turk thing, and then I'll be done with Tahir Turk. So
he's full of shit, so it doesn't matter.
Well, he is definitely full of shit. So, this week, so this is actually me over tweeting him, but I'm going to show his tweet. So it says, the libertarians would legalize every drug imaginable if they could make a buck. Pity the health of victims of these bad policies. Vaping marijuana linked to lung injury in teens, study says. So, he's a fucking moron.
Yeah.
Because I can guarantee you he didn't read this article. He did not read this article. So this is from CNN. And I want everybody to read this because he's saying that this is the libertarians' fault for legalization of drugs. Right? So he says vaping marijuana linked to lung injuries in teens, study says. So teens are about twice as likely to report wheezing and whistling in the chest after vaping marijuana than after smoking cigarettes or using e-cigarettes, the study has found. So they're saying that if you vape THC, that your lungs are more prone to having irritation.
I'll tell you, my son, when he vapes marijuana, he doesn't wheeze and whistle. He hacks and coughs.
Well, so, I mean, back in old timey days, when I tried, obviously it's harsh when you smoke it. It is harsh, but so this study is just saying, so he's sharing a study that says that vaping e-cigarettes for nicotine is not as harmful as vaping for THC. Yeah. So it says this surprised us. We thought we would have more negative respiratory symptoms in both cigarettes and e-cigarettes, says the study author Carol Boyd, co-director of the Center for Study of Drugs, Alcohol, Smoking, and Health at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. Without a doubt, cigarettes and e-cigarettes are unhealthy and not good for the lungs. However, vaping marijuana even is worse. Since many teens who vape nicotine also vape cannabis, I recommend parents treat all vaping as risky behavior, just like alcohol or drug use. So now let's be clear.
Broad
down here. Down here. So it says here, vaping weed is associated with a dangerous and newly identified lung disease called EVALI. Didn't they rename EVALI? Isn't it not called E-Valley anymore? I think it's called VIA or something like that now.
VEA.
I thought they renamed it. But anyway, so the disease this is not new because it's actually from August 2019. So it's almost 2 whole years ago now. The disease was first identified by the US CDC in August of 2019 when the otherwise healthy young people began being hospitalized for severe, sometimes fatal lung infections across the country. A link between the deadly new condition and vaping was soon found, with a major role being played by vitamin E acetate, a sticky oil substance often added to vaping products to either thicken or dilute the oil in the cartridges. So, they're being extremely vague because that is only used in vaping THC products. Nobody uses I can't even remember the name of the damn product anymore, but nobody uses the vitamin E oils in traditional nicotine vaping products because our stuff is water soluble. So if you put an oil-based product in there, it would actually divide and separate. It wouldn't be. So, yeah. This was especially common in vaping products that contain THC, so they hide it, the main psychoactive component of marijuana. According to CDC, 84% of the Valley cases were associated with cannabis-containing products. All right. Well, no, there's an actual product that contained the vitamin E acetate that I'm trying to remember. I can't remember it right off the top of my head. It'll disappear, or it'll reappear later when I'm not expecting it. So the CDC says 84%.
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't you remember when I asked the Surgeon General of the United States, why were we relying on self-reporting instead of doing drug screens?
Yes.
Because obviously most of the people that were sick and in the hospital were Honeycut. That is the actual product. Thank you, Anthony. Anyway, I asked the Surgeon General, why were we relying on self-reporting instead of doing drug testing and collecting urine samples and blood samples to find out if these kids had THC in their blood? Then we could assume that they were vaping THC, and that's what caused the problems. We could find out what products they were vaping and go from there. And he said, oh, no. We would never want to scare these patients by doing was it clandestine? Did he say clandestine drug screens? Like, he actually replied to me and said, no, we're not going to do drug screens. We're not asking clinicians to collect urine and blood because we wouldn't want the patients to distrust their doctors.
No, of course.
So, of course, only 84%, we'll say 84% of these kids were scared enough that they were like, I have to tell the truth.
Yeah.
And the other 16% were like, I'm going to, maybe I'm not so bad. I'm not going to tell them everything because my mom and dad will kick my ass if I tell them the truth.
And the other 16%, none of that, to my knowledge, showed a nicotine-only product, period. To my knowledge. I don't remember now. It's getting away by the day.
Well, that there was a story a while back of some kid that got like a double lung transplant, and he was if you actually do the research, like obviously he's doing like this big deal where he's doing a GoFundMe and he's getting money to go and start an anti-vaping thing, and he's been on TV, but nobody wants to refer back to that article where he said I was vaping THC.
No, but
there's one article that's floating around where he actually admitted it.
Right. Now there's one I'm putting in the.
He was on Good Morning America.
Yep. Yeah, he was.
He was on Good Morning America. That's where he said it. On Good Morning America, he said I was vaping THC.
There was a kid in Canada. I believe it was June or July, probably May or June. Actually, I think it was the beginning of 2018. So I blogged about it because Greg put it out, or someone else put it out, that, hey, do you remember this story? And they didn't test him for anything. So I'm going to link it in there. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but basically he goes to the hospital because he fell in a bathroom, and I don't remember if he hit his head or not, but they tested
Oh yeah, they sent him home. They sent him home because they said that he was vaping and blah blah blah, and then he ended up having a swelling on the brain and died. Yeah, I remember that.
Right. So I had to look. I really had to go look because I'm not a doctor. How do you test for nicotine? What's the protocol for that? And
it's a blood test.
And really, if that was the problem, and that was the absolute, oh my God, he's going to friggin' die. I think he ended up with this. I think it was a stroke. They didn't check for anything else. I mean, what are you going to do if it's going to be eliminated? The first thing you should do is check for that, wouldn't you think? Holy shit, he's got nicotine in his system. Oh, well maybe he doesn't. Well, the fucking kid died.
In my experience, when one of my patients falls, and just if they say I think I hit my head, they're getting a fucking brain scan.
What you think?
I know. Like I will insist that their doctor write a fucking order for an MRI so that I can see that there's no swelling on the brain.
Right.
Even if they oh, I can't remember. I think I might hit my head. Okay, you're going to go. We're calling the EMS now. We're going to transport you. We're going to do it now.
Yeah.
Because you don't play with a fucking head injury.
You've got You've got professionals looking at a 14-year-old fucking kid, and they've been so brainwashed that that's what they think it is nicotine. Well, let's just send him home. And then he fucking died because they weren't looking for something that they should have been looking for.
He had a bleed on the brain because they were being ideologues.
Yeah. So the death is caused by the stupidity and the propaganda that's been going around for years. So it's not that difficult to have a fucking nicotine test. Oh, well, it's not nicotine. It must be something else. It doesn't take that long. And those are professionals. We're just chuckleheads, and we know better than that. And so does Jerry.
Well,
that one pissed
me
me
off. In the grand scheme of things, Cliff Douglas, who was a tobacco control guy, he knows the truth.
He knows better.
He's actually halfway admitting the truth now. Mm-hmm. We got to hear Turk, who's a public health asshole, a Bloomberg neophyte, who admitted in multiple tweets this week that vaping is more successful and more effective to get people off of smoking than government approved, big pharma produced NRT products.
Yep.
Those are wins in my book. I mean, I gotta question public health's motivations when they'll admit that something is better, and then they try to get it banned or they try to get it moved to a prescription only so fewer people can get it. I gotta question his motivations because he knows, like he's openly admitted, this is more successful. But only 10% of the time. So he doesn't care about those 10%.
No. Motivation, qualifications, ethics, reality. What is wrong with you fucking people? They know they've known better, and the time is coming. Finally, Pavlov's dog. Ding. Let's tax it. What we can't keep banned, we'll tax. So,
yeah. I mean, I don't get it. I'll never get it.
No.
These people are supposedly public health warriors that claim to care about their fellow man, human rights advocates, fighting and resisting us helping people save their lives. I don't get it. I don't, you know what? So he says that they say that nicotine is addictive. But then when you ask them, well, what is it? How is it bad for you? And they say, well, it's addictive. So,
and
you're saying that something is addictive, but it has no other. I mean, you're saying the only thing bad with nicotine is that it's addictive? Well, I would be.
Coffee.
I wouldn't mind being addicted to something that has no harm. I breathe air. I'm addicted to air.
Yeah.
I'm addicted to water. Nicotine is not only that, but it also, according to, was it Truth? The Truth Initiative? According to the Truth Initiative, it actually has beneficial things that, come with using nicotine. So now you're addicted to a beneficial substance.
Well, there's something wrong with that. You can't have that.
I mean, Kevin, I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah, I mean, we have the U.S. government trying to, and successfully, as far as I can tell, banning the Postal Service from delivering vapor products, which, according to these respected public health people, is a beneficial product or beneficial chemical, beneficial drug. I mean, we need to. Why can't we throw that out at people? Hey, you signed a bill that bans the delivery of a beneficial chemical to people's homes.
Well, I had Skip crank me up a little earlier this afternoon, cranky old broad that she is, and I came up with a quote in a thread.
What did she crank?
She shut it. So what I replied to her with, and then I tweeted because it sounded funny to me, was, I don't like stigma and hate in my coffee. I don't want it with my vape. In fact, caffeine and nicotine both help alleviate my disdain of and for some public health experts, because I don't want to offend or insult Dr. Glover, and I don't want to insult others that we've had on our show as examples. So it's some public health. So I like my nicotine. I like my caffeine. And
I mean, if I didn't have have my 32 ounces of coffee in the morning, that would be some very injured people.
When we were smokers, we were mostly, not everybody, trained. We were trained like pups. Go over there. You're evil. Stop it, you bad smoker, you. And we're the outliers of that era where, you know what? How about kiss my ass? This is not about you. It's about us. So we're saying what we think, period. And they don't like it because they're losing that. Which brings you to your next segment, I'm thinking.
Well, I was going to show one of your tweets.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, yeah. I like that one.
Yeah. E-cigs are tobacco. Nicotine is tobacco. The broad definition allows, I'll quote Agent Angel directly. This is Agent Anya.
Yeah.
There is no slippery slope. So she says here, Wibble fact category. There is no slippery slope. There is no slippery slope. Rinse and repeat. As deeming rules become effective, US FDA should focus on branding, flavors, and cheap prices with rigorous enforcement.
Yeah, read the title. Just the title.
It's about to get a lot harder for minors to vape.
Well, see, now they lied again. So the truth isn't really the truth. And right below it, if nicotine caps are introduced,
now, Kevin,
what?
Kevin,
what?
When was this tweeted?
2016, August 8th. It was National
August
Tobacco
8th, 8/8/16.
It was National
And
Tobacco Day.
and what year are we in right now?
2021. Sorry.
2021. So this is what, 5 years later?
That's correct.
5 years later, and we couldn't find enough kids that vape to conduct a scientific study.
No. So I can't say in that tweet what I can really say in person to you. Nicotine,
you can say whatever you want. My show's for adults.
You're so sweet. So when they said nicotine is tobacco, it's unscientific. It's a derivative of. Have you ever cut into a nice juicy steak and got milk out of it? No, you fucking have not. So when it becomes tobacco, now your insurance company says, you know, you're a tobacco user. That's life insurance. That's health insurance. Ding, cha-ching, cha-ching, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's fucking retarded. And I don't know if that's proper anymore, but yeah, exactly. Is that a good beverage or a... You're like a puppy on a string, ain't you? So when you tweet something, sometimes that little ... after that is a whole mess of stupidity in my head. But and above, it was above. I believe that was a Canadian one where they're trying to cap Nick over there too, or up there.
Mm-hmm.
Which there is no slippery slope, folks. And Agent Anya's words are haunting. So I do quote her on occasion because I'm not that smart.
That's true.
Believe me. I have references. So, yeah.
That is true.
I know what's coming. Put it on. Well, I think I know what's coming.
What do you think is coming?
One of the things that I messaged you for.
Oh, I actually need to get over there and look at what you messaged me. Give me a second here.
If you do the picture first, it's short and sweet while you're looking for what I think you're going to get. But
oh, well, I like this because it's from Family Circus.
I love Family Circus.
I love Family Circus.
This was an accidental compilation of stupidity because I saw something else and I added it at the bottom what I did. But
yeah. Can I have a cigarette? No, you're underage. Can I drive a car? No, not till you're 16. Can I have a beer? No, you're underage. Can I vape? No, you're underage. Can I testify in hearings to ban stuff? Yes, you're underage.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, that Crowley wit, boy.
Oh, hey, Kevin.
What?
Kevin.
What?
Right. Okay, so this is not vaping related, but it is vaping related. This is funny.
All right. Okay.
So there's a U.S. person, a person in Congress that has introduced a bill that would change the voting age from 18 to 16.
But what about their brains, Patrick?
They're according to them, they're not fully formed.
Same people are telling you
now,
this. They're telling you that.
And it's a Democrat. It's a Democrat that did this.
Jesus
so
Christ.
not to get too partisan, but so you got a bunch of immature, emotional, like angsty teenagers and a bunch of like uninformed, like over socialized, reactionary, people that have not learned how to cope with their emotions and, gullible and stuff. You want to give them control of the vote.
Easily
manipulated. I mean, obviously, if you want another moron like Donald Trump to get elected to be president again, let the 16-year-olds vote because, I mean, the mentality, the immaturity, the over-emotionalness of a Trump voter is about that of a 16-year-old.
We've got like 7 super chats tonight. You know that?
There's $0 super chat, so they don't count.
No, Ed gave us 20.
Yeah, that's like 20 imaginary dollars because we don't take super chats because we don't have 1,000 followers on YouTube. So I just want everybody to realize this is the ridiculous like mentality.
Some of these people aren't out of.
If you want another fucking idiot that's going to destroy the country to get elected, let the 16-year-olds vote.
Now I'm going to sound
because that's what they're going to do. I mean, there might be a handful of like really intelligent and mature 16-year-olds, but they're way outnumbered by the Tide Pod kids. And the ones that are like jumping out of their car, running along the car, singing, lip syncing to a song that wrecked the car. I mean,
I don't know.
Kids make bad choices. I was a kid. I know. You've got like 2 like 16-year-olds at home right now.
Technically, 22 and 26. Yeah. I'm scared for them.
And they're 16-year-olds. I mean,
there you go. Just stay home today. I know what you're right. Shut up.
I'm always right. It baffles my mind the level of stupidity of these politicians. How did they get elected?
I don't know.
How did they get elected, man?
But
So
their brains can't develop until they're 25. That's the same people saying the same shit.
yeah. So Yale Stevens.
Oh, this guy. I don't know where he is. I haven't really dug into him. I did follow him. He's been doing this. What is this day? Is this like the 28 day or something?
He's from
Galswigan? What?
I think he's a Glasgowian.
Melbourne and London. So Yale, that one excited me. Yale's been doing this a while. So a month ago. So about 30 days, give or take. I can't see it because you didn't rub it. And he just came across my screen. Somebody retweeted it. And I was at like day 6 or 7 or something. So I don't really know the guy. I assume, just decided on his own to stop smoking by using vaping products. Now, that excites me because I don't know who he is, and I do care, and I want to see the dual use thing because he's telling you how many he's got today, and his excitement is changing, and it's getting bigger and better, and the flavor thing. And every day, if you follow the Yale Stevens at Twitter or at the Yale Stevens
on Twitter,
it's pretty neat to see someone kind of independent outside the realm of who we normally see all the time saying what we've been saying all along. The dual use part of this is they don't care if you're using a patch and using cigarettes. They don't care. So it's another smoke screen.
It says right on the commercial
of stupidity that they're going to try to tie this into, well, you're still smoking. Fuck you. How about that? How about kiss my ass? This guy's doing what he's doing. He's actually putting 95.83% on here of his change. So I'm loving it.
I mean, apparently he used to smoke 25 cigarettes a day, and now he's down to 2.
And I said taste strength and backups a few days ago on something, but this is dual use according to Kevin. This is the word of me. And if anybody can disagree, that's great. But this is the general gist of me telling somebody brand new, hey, you're going to probably smoke some more, and it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Keep going. If you don't like it, you don't like it. You're still smoking. It's okay. If you're going to change and you're going to give it a college try or 16-year-old try in some cases, then you probably will do okay if you got your taste, your strength, and your backups. That's all. So I was really impressed and kind of in awe of him doing so. I think every day. I haven't checked him every day, but somebody's retweeting it and somebody's showing me, So yeah, I like that. It's without interference. I like that. To hear whatever the fuck his name is isn't counseling the guy.
No, he'll fucking blow his mind right there.
There, tweet that to his ass next time. Amy said he lives in Australia. Awesome.
Glaswegian. Whatever Glaswegian is.
We all start somewhere. Every one of us started somewhere in our lives for some reason. And we went, okay. That's my fake one.
No, bastard. We don't have enough followers to even turn super chat on. You have to have at least 1,000 people before you can turn that feature on. He says maybe the super chats are off because it's age restricted. No, it's not on because we don't have enough followers to turn it on.
We need,
which is fine. This is not a popularity competition here. So Cliff, back to Cliff.
Here it goes.
Cliff says, to my friends on both sides of the internecine divide over tobacco harm reduction, I'm pleased to share my brief personal commentary calling for collaboration, honesty, and integrity on the part of all stakeholders. Feel free to share it. So there's a link to a Google Drive document.
Yeah.
So then, David Forsyth, who's quite frequently on the Twitters. He's a vapor that is a novelist. He writes science fiction novels. In his time between Twitters. It says studies show ends are the most effective method of smoking cessation. That's true because Tahir Turk just admitted it on his tweet. Is it bad that we like it? I like it more than 40 years of smoking and can go longer without vaping than I could without smoking. I feel better about myself, my health. So do my loved ones. My life is at stake. Then Irby says, what blows my mind is that not one person vapes, aka quit smoking with vaping in your little stakeholder group, or if they have, or if they are vaping a Juul, a company, they can come back and dominate, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. See, the thing is nobody in this conversation brought up Juul.
No.
So we, as people that are, the vapors,
humans
that are active on the Twitters and the advocates and stuff, this is not always Juul's fault.
No.
Everything bad that we have fought or are fighting, it's not all Juul's fault. And there's no reason why in every conversation that we have that Juul has to come up.
No.
And Cliff is actually sharing something that he wrote from, this is March of 2021. This is a commentary. It says it's time to act with integrity and end the internecine warfare over e-cigarettes. So he's saying, hey, remember a while back on Twitter where I posted pictures of myself with little signs or little things that saying, let's have a fucking conversation. I didn't say fucking because I wanted them to be less argumentative. Hey, I'm willing to have a conversation with you about vaping. Hit me up. Let's have a conversation. If you're a public health or tobacco control person, I am ready to have a talk with you.
Live on the air.
Yes. Maybe we'll get Cliff on.
Why not?
Maybe Cliff's on the list.
Yeah.
Maybe. Throughout 33 years, I have devoted throughout the 33 years that I have devoted to combating the epidemic of smoking-related illness and death in the United States and globally, I have embodied the mainstream American tobacco control community. Those who know me well are familiar with my independent streak, but over these past few decades, I have served in many roles with major American public health and advocacy groups. I started my career in 1998 as the associate director of the National Coalition of on Smoking or Health, the CSH, where I worked for its founding director, Matt Myers, my first mentor.
I know.
He might have dropped down a few pegs on my board there. Who later became the president of CTFK. The coalition represented the three largest and oldest voluntary health organizations in the U.S., ACS, the American Lung Association, and the AHA, the American Heart Association. Most recently, until last June, I was for 5 years a member of the senior leadership of the ACS, where I served as vice president for tobacco control and founded and directed the organization's Center for Tobacco Control. In the many years between, I worked as a policy advocate, lawyer, consultant on behalf of the above groups, as well as Americans for Non-Smokers' Rights and the Public Health Law Center, in addition to serving as special counsel on tobacco issues in the U.S. House of Representatives as a tobacco control policy advisor for the Assistant Secretary of Health and the U.S. Surgeon General in the Obama administration, as a lawyer representing injured smokers and state attorneys general in litigation against the tobacco industry in the nation of Uruguay.
Who was Surgeon General under Obama?
Vivek.
Who's the guy that knows Vivek? Cliff. Keep going.
And Vivek is also
the dumbass.
Probably going to be the next Surgeon General. We already showed clips last week of his, what do they call that? Confirmation hearings.
But there's a clear
connection
between the two.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to scroll a little bit here. Let's see. But I think the national tobacco control community in the U.S., my community, is now letting down tens of millions of adult smokers, their families and friends, healthcare providers, and government decision makers. I refer to my community's approach to dealing with electronic cigarettes. We are now neck deep in intractable he's using that word internecine quite frequently, Kevin. Warfare between the mainstream tobacco control community, whose primary focus is on protecting the youth from the dangers of vaping, and tobacco harm reduction community. Some of these scientists are also committed participants in mainstream tobacco control efforts. The THR community emphasizes the potential benefits of vaping for adult smokers who cannot or will not quit smoking otherwise. It seems that never the twain shall meet. I urge all of us in the tobacco control community to climb out of the bunker, come to the table, and try to generally work together. Stop skirting the truth when it comes to inconvenient, and when it feels inconvenient, and open your minds and ears to all the science that is before us. But the same goes for my other community, with whom I agree regarding the evidence-based promise of tobacco harm reduction, but which also bears some responsibility for the adversarial nature of the So he's blaming us.
No, he's not.
For part of the adversarial relationship.
No, he's not.
That's what he just said right there. For not consistently acknowledging the areas of ambiguity and or concern, including significant rates of experimentation with youth, vaping by youth, and youth-oriented marketing by some segments of the vaping industry. We won't come together if we don't come together.
Now, the reason I say he's not talking to us specifically,
well, because we're not actually public health.
We're not his other community. There's
no.
very rare interaction. Once in a great while. Very rare. So he's talking about the drug harm reduction.
Folks. I know what you're saying. I'm just, trying to get people fired up, Kevin.
I'll fire.
Come on, Kevin. So, I mean, he's at least trying to start a dialogue.
He's doing what Siegel did, and there's more to that. You're not done. He's trying to do what Siegel did.
No, but I'm taking it off screen.
And
I don't like being this small on my show.
He's putting his little tic tac out there, and it could be snapped off, but he's no longer with ACS, Cancer Society.
No.
So he has one of two things that's going to happen. He's going to show his balls, and they're going to snip them off, or he's going to show his balls, and they're going to pay attention. Now, I hope.
He uses a phrase that you use a lot.
Well, I'm not sure if that was what I was aiming at, but yeah, there's a tweet I sent you as well that I want you to show.
Well, let me finish this.
Yep.
Well, let's see. I scrolled down a few pages now. I'm on page 4. I skipped a little bit here.
Fine.
So it says, I believe that opposition to even considering positive scientific findings related to the promise of vaping for cessation and harm reduction is widely reinforced by, what is this? Confirmation bias.
Look at that.
Which occurs when we accept data that confirms our beliefs or prejudices and discredit data that including credible findings that does not conform to what we already believe. So what he's saying is that scientists and some of these public health people, when they already think that they know what's going to happen and it doesn't happen, they don't believe that the experiment that it's correct.
Preconceived.
So they only accept scientific findings when it agrees with what they believe already.
Correct.
So, and yet there exists credible and growing evidence that e-cigarettes can be used effectively in helping some adult smokers quit combustible tobacco use, including a new well-conceived Cochrane report, which found that there is moderate certainty of evidence that e-cigarettes with nicotine increase quit rates compared to e-cigarettes without nicotine and compared to NRT, which must be true because Tahir tweeted it. The mainstream tobacco control community raises the legitimate concern that e-cigarettes have not been reviewed and approved by the FDA Center for Drug Evaluation and Research for use as cessation aids. But that issue is factually separate from whether these products are in fact helping a significant number of adult smokers quit.
Say that again. That fact.
Whether these products are in fact helping a significant number of adult users quit smoking?
Yeah.
Or did you want me to repeat more of that sentence?
No, just that sentence. Now,
yeah.
Because, hey, I quit smoking.
So they're saying that because FDA hasn't approved them, they're not going to even consider the fact that we have millions of people on the planet that have quit smoking using vaping.
That's correct. And that pisses me off. And it's always pissed me off because you're dismissed. You're absolutely fucking dismissed. John just said that it took him 7 days and his wife, I can't see it now, a month or two or whatever. Does that mean that John didn't quit smoking? No. That means John quit smoking. He switched, quit.
But
whatever.
yeah, we're anecdotes because we have not been codified and collected and collated and stamped with an FDA approved.
And the very next sentence is a very important sentence. It doesn't seem like it, but think about what he's just saying. And the public health community should not use the former to justify ignoring the latter. So basically, in Kevin terms, it's saying, shut the fuck up and pay attention, you stupid
just because the FDA has not reviewed the data, reviewed the fact that there are millions of people that quit smoking using these products,
right?
It does not diminish the importance.
No. How did you?
We don't know. We don't have to have FDA stamping approved on our quit stories.
No, we don't.
To make them true.
No, we don't. If ass. That's
the bottom line is this. Where is the robust focus on the people who are suffering now and will die before their time because they haven't been given due consideration, have not been told the truth by those who should be telling them the truth about the continuum of risk and the fact that nicotine does not cause cancer-related illness and death, who are consequentially collateral damage in this war between youth and adults, a war between well-meaning and dedicated public service-oriented people and organizations on both sides, but one in which leaders of both sides have been unwilling to acknowledge the legitimacy of the science that runs counter to their narrative. Confirmation bias. In the U.S., we're approaching the endgame target of below 5% smoking prevalence in the more educated, higher SES segments of adult population, while socioeconomic, what's the other S? Socioeconomic. Anyway, you get it. SES segments of the adult population, while those who are less well off, less educated, members of certain racial and ethnic groups, or have mental health comorbidities suffer much higher smoking rates. This is clearly a social justice issue. Has he been listening to our show, Kevin?
Stop. So I'm going to say this publicly again. I've tweeted it 100 times. Smoking, like he's saying, on the prevalence of the higher educated part will be 5%. Generally across the world, it'll be 5 on that scale. Population-wise, it's going to be probably 8 to 10% within 20 years because of, in my opinion, because of vaping and snus and other options that are coming out.
Nicotine pouches.
Yeah, patches,
I'm
pouches,
buy me
all that.
I'm gonna nicotine. No, I was talking about the oral nicotine pouch. Pouches, not patches.
Yeah,
you got to wait a minute here. I'm filling up the case on here.
So keep in mind his background and his demeanor. Let's say over the years, I didn't troll him purposely. I'd see a tweet, I'd rip his ass.
I didn't troll him. He responded to my picture.
Right. No. I'm talking about Cliff.
I'm talking about Cliff too.
Oh, you are talking about Cliff. I'm not in a I wanted to show that tweet. Actually, I'll probably just do it now while I am thinking about it.
Oh,
you got your fingers full, yeah.
I got my nicotine on my fingers.
This is a very big mouthful from this guy to take this stance. He is, in my opinion, he is probably a lot more credible than Glantz has ever tried to be. So a huge difference between dickhead Glantz and Cliff Douglas, in my opinion. Way more respected.
Well, I mean,
Now,
Cliff is an attorney. He's
Right.
not a
right.
he's not a doctor.
No.
But he's been representing all of these health groups for decades. He's probably,
They've met.
he's not a rocket scientist like
No.
Stan.
Nope. Good pun. Nope.
Hey, when was the last time we went to the moon, Kevin?
60, 70, 71, 70.
In the mid
69.
70s, yeah. So.
Yeah, 72, something. Yeah.
So-
I was a baby. I was just a baby.
If Stan Glantz is a rocket scientist,
then I'm a public health professional.
we just now started using our own rockets again. We've been using the Russians' rockets for like a
Decades.
long time.
a long time.
So yeah,
Glantz is a hack. There, that Ron just.
were you going to share something?
Well, no, because I had to go to your.
Well, I was wiping stuff, but my hands are okay now.
Did you poop?
I licked the nicotine off of them.
I licked the nicotine off it. I got to know which one it is here.
I don't know. You said you were going to share
Cliff-
something, so I unshared my screen.
Cliff, in the middle of one of those threads, that's not the right one, so I'll go to the other one. Oh crap, maybe I didn't give it to you.
You didn't give it to me, you dumbass.
I swear
I shared
did.
everything you gave me.
Crap, I think I gave you the wrong link.
This is like dead air now. I hate dead air. Man.
Well, he was thanking the people that were in the thread, and I
Oh, yeah,
appreciated the
yeah.
fact that he did that. I don't see it
Yeah,
now.
I was in that thread. Give me a second, I'll find it.
Okay, so for him to do that, and for me not to be my normal smart ass, Twitter bot, I'm glad I didn't intervene in that. I saw where the thread was going, and earlier this week, just so happened that Mike had invited me to the show with James and Nick. And
Yes, they invited you last week during our show, and I said I had a doctor's appointment.
Yep,
Speaking of,
Yeah.
I go ahead and tell everybody. On March 31st, I will be having surgery and will be out of work for 4 to 6 weeks. So we may not do a show because the 31st is a Wednesday. We may not do a show on that Friday.
Okay.
But probably by the time I, start moving around and stuff, since I won't be working, be on the lookout. I might just start like live streaming all day.
Oh, and get your Twitter legs, right? You'll have
My
to.
Twitter legs. Boy, I could teach you tons of things about Twitter.
Oh, you made me lose my train of thought.
I'm still trying to find that Cliff tweet.
So am I. I'm looking at the same time. Thanks for your kind comments. I agree with many scientists that dependence is the preferred term. The 88 Surgeon General labeled nicotine addictive with an eye on particularly towards smoking. It can cause dependency on some other products and can, he emphasizes those, also be a blessing, as I said. And that's not the tweet I was looking for. So, or you were looking for. Damn it. I think
You
it is the
suck.
same tweet. I really do.
It's
think
in that
it's-
thread. It's in that fucking long thread.
Yeah, but he was actually thanking for civil conversation is what he was saying. And I have not done anywhere near as well being civil in most cases for most of these people. So I'm glad I didn't start in on him for any reason. I did retweet it. I think I did overtweet it. I think I undertweeted it eventually. And I am impressed, despite his record, I am impressed with what he's put out, because this is way bigger than people think. This can be added to your files that you walk into your senator, congressman, local, state, federal, whatever it is. This is a part of that. So is that teens that we can't find report. This is
that's huge. I mean,
this is
literally
little.
Well, I can wipe my own butt. It's my knee. I can take it.
Is Phil there?
It's not like I
Phil
broke
there?
my hands. Well,
Phil's taking a break.
I'll just get Phil to send me a bidet. No, I mean, obviously, them admitting like that they had 93,000 kids that they surveyed and couldn't find enough to meet the minimum criteria of their study, and that they attempted to change the criteria to include 18 to 21-year-olds and still couldn't find enough participants in their study. That's a big deal. Like every time one of these dumbasses drop the words youth epidemic, we've got the link now. Here's the link. That's bullshit.
Yep, I found it. It took me a second, but I found it.
You're going to rub it before I put it on screen?
That's probably as big as it can get.
No, it isn't.
Oh, see, now I lost. There it is. Oh.
All right.
Crap. Still thinking.
That's the same one. Thanks for your kind comments. I agree with many. Oh, I also want to thank all of you for this civilized and constructive dialogue. Now, yes.
That's pretty rare, guys.
Clovis. Clovis
right
was in there. You know, Clovis always has important stuff.
Skip.
Oh, did that dumb? Scroll back up there for a second.
Just remember, the head of this table will have a big tobacco representative, and they have never been considerate of the health of their customers.
You know, I thought we were done with that piece of shit.
Cliff Douglas. He's
not
really
Cliff Douglas.
Because nobody really knows who he is in the chat, I don't think. Because they're not saying, hey, he's a dumbass, or he's done this or that. So
no, but he worked for all of our enemies.
But he's been a quiet, silent guy. Why hasn't he spoken up before? Well, he just left American Cancer Society, who says certain things, but they're not really saying it out loud. He's making this well beyond the, well, here it is. It's in the middle of this blog, and they'll find it if they have to. So this is pretty fucking important.
So, yeah, this is the tweet. This is what you were just showing on screen.
Yeah.
So, thanks for the kind comments. I want to thank you all. Clovis says, "We love you, Cliff." Then this douchebag shows up.
Oh, you just had to go back.
Because not only is this douchebag,
oh my god,
he's tweeting this other douchebag who was my target last week.
Which one's that?
The one that quoted us so many times in his Neil Chenoweth, the demented senior writer for Financial Review in Australia. So, and then obviously there's Miss Holly, and they used the most unattractive picture that they could find of her, like rolling her eyes at somebody.
Yeah,
but this is the article
that we were
apparently
in, like 14
yes,
times?
We're in this article 4 times or 5 times, but I've showed it so many times we've reached the limit of views. But yeah, so I remember because I responded to this fuckwad because he was like oh
wait, that's a drink word.
Shit,
I don't even.
Everybody was oh thanks for sharing your kind comments. Thank you. We love you. And then this dumbass has to open his mouth. Just remember that the head of this table will have a big tobacco representative, and they have never been considerate of the health of their customers. And I'm like, dude, really? This old chestnut? I had to proofread this claptrap and fix all of the grammatical errors for the so-called senior, So it's one dumbass tweeting
your point.
the work of another dumbass. I swear.
But he's proved your point, because the original tweet says what? We have to stop, right? If you go all the way back up to the top tweet from Cliff,
I'm going all the way up again.
what does he say? He didn't read this.
Nicotine is both a curse and a blessing.
Yeah. He didn't read this.
No. But then he turns this into an opportunity to share a political tweet.
Right.
And to also say that everybody in this thread is sitting at the table, and at the head of the table will be Big Tobacco.
So he has
he has just basically tied everybody in this thread. Cliff Douglas, who was the was with the American Cancer Society, was part of the precursor organization that turned out to be Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. Like, he has been in tobacco control his entire career. But
he said 98. Now that's a key date. What happened in 98, Patrick?
Well, that was the master settlement agreement, my friend.
Contractual agreement to keep smoking forever.
Yes.
So he also was a friend of Matt Myers. So he's been around. He knew what was going on, and he thought, well, there's an opportunity for me to have a living. Nothing wrong with that.
But to hear Turk is just basically saying that a guy that was a part of the master settlement agreement for public health is somehow in bed with Big Tobacco.
There you go. And Paul just said it better than I can. Cliff is sick of the bullshit. He just blew the doors off it all. This is undeniable evidence. This is not rocket science. And they've tried to make it rocket science for a long time. I just saw lung stupidity again, popcorn lung, the other day on Twitter. Like, why in the fuck are they rehashing it again? Because they don't have anything else.
Well, they don't have anything else, and they know it's scary.
They know better. They know it's way overdue.
It's scary.
Yeah, and they can keep...
The average person doesn't understand the mechanism that popcorn lung actually does.
Right.
But
no one's got it from smoking.
Never. In hundreds of years.
Of. Yeah.
But like, you use the word popcorn lung and people go, "Oh, that sounds really," and it is bad. It's fucking bad. But it is so rare.
Right. Way off
that the only recorded cases in the history of the world have been, and the reason why it's called popcorn lung is because these are people that worked in a butter flavored popcorn factory.
And the only way you can find out if they had it, Patrick,
they have to do an autopsy.
You got to be dead. So if all these kids are getting popcorn fucking lung, they've already died.
Or they would have had to have double lung transplants.
Maybe, possibly, could, might, likely.
But I mean,
the
only way to technically test for it is to either do an autopsy or B do a histological examination of the leftovers from the lung transplant.
You're welcome, folks. You got to be dead, basically, right?
Or no, you can be alive, but your lungs will have been replaced. They have to take them out of your body and put new ones in.
Next to dead.
Then test the ones they just took out. But you could still be alive.
But then you wouldn't have popcorn lung anymore anyway. Because you'd have new lungs.
Well, yeah, but everybody that's ever gotten popcorn lung and had a lung transplant have died anyway.
Right. So dead. You got to be dead. That's it. So you can aspire to be all you like. It's not going to happen. Or you can try.
Hey, Kevin.
It does sound scary. What, Patrick? You're on my nerves. What do you want?
I just saw over here on my Twitter screen, because this screen is Twitter.
Yeah.
But the WandaVision finale is live now. So after we're done with the show, if you're a nerd and you want to go to your Disney Plus app and watch WandaVision,
I don't know what
you
that
can.
is.
It actually, I already watched it. It's pretty good.
Hey, I got a new phone. Just so you know.
Uh-oh.
Got a brand new phone.
Yeah, what does it do?
Not a lot, but it does more than the old one. The old one wouldn't boot up. It wouldn't complete booting up. So
well, mine is
stuff.
not brand new. Mine's like
New
a month,
stuff.
2 months old.
Yeah.
This is my phone. It's got a little, it's a little thing, but
it's a Galaxy A10e. That's what it is.
look at this. Look at this.
I know. I like it. It's cute. But
it's got,
but I still don't know what WandaVision is, and I don't have any freaking clue as to what you're talking about. So
WandaVision is a superhero TV show from the Marvel universe.
Okay, no spoilers, said Will.
All the people that are into the Marvel movies might want to watch it. It's pretty cool.
Okay. So I have a panoramic
and no, I won't
camera.
spoil it. I've seen it. I won't spoil it for you, but at the end they all die.
In the bed. You got more. I know you do.
I do?
I thought you did.
Did I?
Hold on.
I don't know. You didn't send me anything else.
I don't know.
Do I? I don't want to keep dunking on to here. So
I'm not. No, you already did this one. You already did that. Never mind.
I don't want to keep dunking onto here. It's a worthless endeavor.
No. Go to Twitter. Go have a conversation with Cliff Douglas, or at least think about it. Think about what you're going to say.
I would like to have him on. Actually,
I'd love to have him on. I've given him.
I think we have to have. See, the whole point. I can't have. We've had all these amazing guests on the show that are pro vaping.
Yes.
And obviously he appears to be wanting to have a conversation.
He wants to change the conversation.
So we should reach out to him. We should definitely try to get Cliff on. Maybe you can get David to have a conversation with Cliff.
That may be.
That could be an interesting thing. So these are two old dudes that were both anti-smoking guys that testified together in Congress, or at least in the same hearings. Yeah. We could have both of them on the same show. Mm-hmm. We could introduce them, and then you and I could just go backstage.
We'll just let them go. Yeah.
And just see what happens.
I'll buy the coffee. Absolutely.
We should do that. We should hit Gerlitz and Cliff up. Yeah. Gerlitz will come on. He's as long as he's not having old man's problems, because he is old and he does have problems.
Ed's still older. So there's
nobody's older than Ed.
Did you link Cliff's thing, by the way? Just because
I don't know anything. Why are you talking about Cliff's thing on the show?
The document, you freak.
Do you want the link for just the PDF, or do you just want the link to the tweet?
I did the tweet, and now I'm doing the PDF just because I want them to read it. I want everybody to read this fucking thing, and you can take snippets out of it all you like, because I love snippets. So take that to court, take it to the jewelers, take it to every fucking place you can go.
I mean, obviously there's so many sentences in there that
we didn't
reflect things that we've talked about.
No, we didn't hit it all.
I mean, technically, we've said that this is a social justice issue on this show numerous times.
At least.
We've had Dr. Glover on the show over a year ago and brought up the fact that smoking is worse in people of color, people with mental issues, people of lower educational level. Yeah, we've covered that
quite
multiple times.
Heavily, yeah, absolutely.
So and obviously we've talked about risk and that risk is a sliding scale.
Mm-hmm.
There's a continuum of risk.
That's Zeller. That's Zeller talking all the way. But yeah.
Well, I mean, what's his name? The asshat.
Which one?
They kept talking about the off ramp and on ramp. Scott Gottlieb.
Oh, Gottlieb, yeah.
He used the words continuum of risk quite frequently as well.
Yeah. I still say that
so
was Zeller behind the scenes, but yeah.
Well,
he's loved that.
Don't know whose hands up, whose ass.
Right. He's used that a long, long time. So I don't know. Who knows?
But you know what else he said?
Either way. What else?
If we get all of the people that smoke to convert to these non-combustible products, it would be a net benefit for public health.
Correct.
He said that almost verbatim.
Yep.
So why are we still having to fight this battle?
I don't know. It's well beyond time. It's well beyond.
I mean, we have public health admitting on record that these products help more people quit smoking. Mm-hmm. Socioeconomic status. Thank you, Yolanda. I knew there was another S on there. See, but she's really smart. I think she's just gotten her doctor thing now. I think she's doing her dissertation or one of her things so that she can be Dr. Yolanda.
Matt Myers himself has said if we had something that was like coffee, he'd be all for it.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's been documented for a long fucking time. Thank you, Yolanda, by the way, because we do love you.
Oh,
and what?
I want to, who was it? Grim. I saw a Twitter from Grim Green. I don't watch his show frequently.
And Madfish.
But he did say,
uh-oh.
You know, I hear you assholes and people that are idiots constantly going, well, we got to get Joe Rogan on our side. And I constantly say, he's a fucking chucklehead. He's a moron. And only morons listen to the shit that comes out of his mouth. But apparently Joe Rogan has said something negative about vaping on his show.
Mm-hmm.
And, I saw Grim trying to engage with him.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's not like we haven't tried for the last 8 years to engage with him. I think that Demetrius tweeted him once or twice a day for a year.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not about mushrooms or MDMA or exotic meat, he doesn't care. He's not interested. He's not, he has his mind made up. And I actually tried to listen to him in the car, and I do not understand what the attraction is. He's an idiot. And he's in it for the fucking money. He doesn't care. He's not in this for the passion. I mean, he did sign a $30 million deal with Spotify.
I'll do this.
He claims that he's all about social justice and stuff, and that rich people should pay taxes. But what did the motherfucker do before MDMA? He's big on fucking psychedelics as well as mixed martial arts. But what did he do? Like the week before he signed the deal with Spotify, he signed the contract for a house to come to Texas so he doesn't have to pay his fucking taxes. So not that I don't have any problem with people making $1.
Yeah.
I would love to make $1. But when you have this platform that you have, and he has a platform, millions of people listen to his podcast.
I never have.
And Hinge,
never have.
on every word.
Right.
And he doesn't he says stuff with no factual basis whatsoever. Constantly.
Sounds like public health.
I'm not interested.
Right.
Yeah, he's a chuckle. Now he lives in Texas.
He's a fellow chucklehead.
Oh my God, I'm gonna shoot him.
You could be sisters or brothers from different mothers, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
no, he's a hypocrite and yeah, I don't understand why anybody listens to this guy. It's like Howard Stern. Howard Stern, no, at least you knew that it was for the comedy that he was doing half the stupid shit that he did. This guy does stupid shit because he's just stupid.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know that I just ruined any chance that I had of being invited to his Austin studio to do a podcast.
So by default, I can't go either. Thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot, Patrick.
Yeah, I just ruined it for you.
I barely know who he is. I really don't care.
No, he used to be on a TV show. He was on a show about a fashion magazine. He was like the photographer for a fashion magazine. It was like a sitcom. And then he was the host of Fear Factor, where they made people eat gross shit.
Okay.
And
I kind of think I know.
He's a stand-up comedian, and he's like an avid mixed martial arts guy. So he's for a while, I don't know if he still is, but he was also one of the commentators on like the MMA fights, the pay-per-views and stuff. Like he's into that. He's bulked up, and he's like, he does mixed martial arts as well. But yeah, like he's into psychedelic drugs and but
he's no Chuck Norris.
There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I mean, that seems like the only things he wants to talk about is eating exotic meat, psychedelic drugs, and like being like a person that makes comments about the stuff that he doesn't actually want to even bother doing the research for.
So he could go into tobacco control or public health in general.
Yeah.
Good.
He could run for president.
Well, 16-year-olds will be voting anytime. So there you go.
Well, if he ran, the 16-year-olds would be voting for him.
There you go. Will.
If that were true, Will would probably be watching or listening to every episode.
We meant Tic Tacs. Poor Paul. Poor Paul hasn't told us to go fuck ourselves once yet.
Because nobody knew when you were talking about Tic Tac that you were talking about Paul until now.
We covered it last week. Go back to the last show.
Yeah, but they've already forgotten.
I know. That's all right.
We could have bad shows one week and do an awful program, and people will have forgotten by the next week and return thinking that we'll have a good show. So for every we do like 3 really amazing shows back to back, and then we do like 5 kind of cruddy, like just us shooting the breeze shows, and then we have 3 amazing, awesome guests again, and then we do a couple really cruddy, just us reading the news shows. It comes in cycles.
Homework I did in high school. That's the same exact story.
Yeah, we can't always have amazing guests every episode. I wish we could, but we will eventually run out of amazing guests and have to start recycling.
Yeah. Oh, I got a list.
You got a list?
I got a list.
Well, your new job this week is to interface with Cliff Douglas and invite him on the show and find out when he's available.
I don't know if he's muted me or not. He hasn't answered me in a long time. And I don't.
Oh, then I'll have to do that because he does respond to me.
And I'll have to tell him who I am. You probably mute me. It's okay. I'm all right.
Yeah, and I did hit Holly up.
Yeah,
because it's been about the number of weeks that she said that she would be able to come back.
She's got more stuff to say. She
has more stuff to say, and she, obviously she will block us out so that we don't have to do a 45-minute, and then she has to run segment like the last time. So she hasn't responded back yet, but I'm waiting for her to respond. I said, "Hey, I'm ready. Let's do it. Come on."
Yep. Let's go.
And then Paul's like, "You have to let me come on and ask questions." So we'll figure it out.
Yep.
Not Turk. We're gonna have David Gerlitz on and Cliff Douglas on. I will not share airtime with that tic tac. Oh, I just figured out what Paul and Tahir have in common.
What's that?
Tic tac.
TT.
Oh my god.
Oh well.
It's all right.
So is that it, Kevin? Is that all you have to talk about today?
That was the meat of the story.
That was all the stuff that we've been doing on Twitter this week. Did we?
There was other minor stuff, but it's pretty boring. The main feeling of this to end this week with Cliff in there, Skip's reaching out pretty good. There's some chuckleheads in there, but if you don't have anything relevant, whatever the word is, or nice, this is the time not to say anything. And I'm keeping my tongue and my Twitter wit down on Cliff specifically, because there had to be something for him to go, you know what, enough's enough. It's time. So I'm assuming he's already prearranged this stuff with the other alphabet groups. I can't imagine he's just doing this by himself on his own rogue. I don't see that. He's been in there too long. I don't know what his age is. I don't know if he's retired. I don't know any of that, but that's a very large puddle to step in if he's trying to move into something else, whether it's FDA or whatever he's trying to get into. I don't know, but that's way bigger than people are sharing it on Twitter for, or on Facebook for that matter. But
all right, I got one more thing to show.
Yep. I have my reservations. I'm going to say that specifically because I do, but I'm really happy to see what he put out. Go ahead. What do you got?
So this says Tennessee advocate concerned about impending vape product shipping ban.
Oh yeah.
I just did another Google search and this was the third hit.
Yeah. I'm a fanboy.
Here, let me see this. Let me double check. Let's make sure that I did this right. Stop sharing, share screen, share audio. There we go.
Did you see Yolanda's statement?
I will not be drinking every drink word.
Americans who use vape products will soon no longer be able to buy them online. Former President Donald Trump signed the Prevent All Cigarette Trafficking Act, or PACT Act, into law late last year. The goal is to stop teenagers from buying nicotine and vape products online. Tennessee Smoke-Free Association's executive director says recent surveys show most teenagers don't get their vape products online.
The main point that I wanted to get across in the story is that in every corner of America, you can buy cigarettes, and a much less harmful product that's proven by magnitudes less harmful from the smoking is being squashed and eliminated from, as a competition.
There is still time to make a change. First, you can call your representatives in Congress. Second, submit a comment to the U.S. Postal Service. You have until March 22nd to do that. We have a link to do that posted on our website, newschannel9.com.
So
that's pretty fucking big.
No, here's my thing. This is on the TV. It's searchable on the internets.
That's one of them big square things everybody used to watch.
But this is a local TV channel, and they obviously they interviewed our very good friend Demetrius, and he didn't look horrible. I mean, this is after the wreck, and like he obviously made sure not to show his broken hands on the screen when he talks with his hands. The other day he was doing a live stream and he started talking and he reflexively started to move his arm right in the middle of talking like he always does, and he moved the arm and it got about like 10% in the movement and then realized, oh my god, ow.
Yeah. And for the record, he probably was not wearing pants, for everybody that was curious.
But
Not
look,
confirmed.
but look right here on the link in this news article, they actually put the links so that you could make a comment on the Federal Registrar website.
How do you think that happens, Patrick? How do you think that Demetrius could have the ability to do so?
Well, because he spent years developing relationships and he has a PR firm. I'm sure he probably didn't want to have to do it like 2 weeks after he was in an almost deadly car or motorcycle accident.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, they got the interview posted. And you know,
lots and
got
lots of
a link. So yeah, you got to bust your ass and work hard, and good things happen for your state organization.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so if Yolanda ever comes on again, we're gonna have to use twice as many drink words if she's only gonna drink every other one.
We're gonna have to send her an extra bottle.
Okay, she lost that bottle.
I know. We got to replace it. Someday we'll get super chats and then we'll replace the bottle. Then we'll have her on again.
That's the only reason I want the super chat feature, so that we can have an alcohol fund.
I'd have 30 full bottles by now, probably.
Well, no, you would have. We would have to turn yours into a coffee fund.
That'd be all right
because you don't drink.
Yeah, just a very rare. I may or may not eventually have a beer with you, but it's pretty rare.
May or may not. You're using a lot of modal verbs there, my friend.
Might, could, possibly, likely. I don't know.
You're sounding like public health.
Sometimes when I get in the mood, I just drink a beer, you know, and I usually don't even finish it. But
well, your teenage son will.
I tried selling him a shot of whiskey for $12 the other night. He started at $4, and I said no.
I've paid $12 for a shot before.
Well, of course you have. I said, there's a store right down the fucking street. It's like 2 miles away. It's open until like 10 o'clock at night. Take your happy ass down there. They sell them. They sell full bottles for less than I'm going to charge you for one shot.
Well, yeah, I think Yolanda was probably drinking like $6 wine though.
Did you just assume my
Sir, I don't even want to know what your pronouns are. I would never.
Antonyms, synonyms. Just don't start with me.
I would never.
I would never.
Now you got to remember, you have to list your pronouns on your Twitter, bio, or you'll get banished from the Twitterers.
Says who? They don't know what they're fucking talking
That's
about.
one of the reasons why they canceled Gina Carino and chased her over to the far right wing media company so that she could continue to make some money and stuff.
Well,
she says she has 4 bottles stashed. So now we know we have to use 4 times as many drink words.
So like 400% more.
Yes. That's
Did
what 4
I do the
times
math? Is that the math? All right. I'm just making sure.
Well, I mean, if you were in public health, then your math would be completely wrong. But
then it'd be 4,000. Okay. Yeah. All right. I can string some cuss words together because
so 4 bottles does not make her an alcoholic though, because if you're saying 4 kids vaping is a pandemic, or 1 kid on each continent would be an pandemic.
Right. Yep.
So yeah, that's a public health pandemic there. Although
all in one place.
Got to over exaggerate everything.
Let's just call me asshole. That's his pronoun.
That's not a whole pronoun. That's not that's like just an orifice.
It's very descriptive. But
so first he was really concerned about what exotic meats Joe Rogan. Now he's referring to his asshole. I'm starting to worry about Will there. I mean, you do you. I'm not judging. Excuse me. That was gross. I apologize.
It's sphincter. sphincter meat.
They actually did eat horse sphincter on Fear Factor.
Janice loved that freaking show, and I couldn't stand it.
That was gross. That was horrible.
I can't. It's mind numbing to me. I can't watch that kind of shit. I did watch Survivor with her for like the first 4 or 5 years. I was okay with that, but
so
the Fear Factor, no, I didn't care.
Kevin, I'm getting emails. I'm getting constant emails from people that I know and love in this industry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop doing whatever it is I'm doing. What am I doing? Or should I do it more?
So no, I'm getting letters from people telling me that they're going out of business.
Oh, yes, you are.
So this week, Lunar Rover sent out an email saying that they were going out of business. They we're no longer. I mean, lots of companies are saying we're not going to be selling online anymore. They sent an email saying we're going out of business, and Lunar Rover's been one of those amazing companies that have always stepped up. I mean, they're sponsors on your blog. They sponsored the Smoker Show.
Yes.
They didn't sponsor me, but they've always stepped up as far as I'm concerned. I mean, obviously they can't do everything.
No.
So, there's no shame in their game.
None. Zero. To my knowledge, zero.
So I'm gonna tell everybody this for free. Because I want these guys to go out with a bang.
Yeah.
They're doing a closeout sale for all of their stuff. And the promo code for their 50% off sale is thank you. And Ed West is correct. The bourbon peach is awesome. Since I make my own liquid now and I have bourbon and peach and the tobacco, I have my own version of bourbon peach. And I know where that product is made.
I have 3. I think they're in the other room, but I would show you. Yeah, they're good. But
yeah, so everybody show them some love. Go order some Lunar Rover e-liquid. Their tobaccos are good.
Mm-hmm.
They have an entire line of cocktails. They have I didn't even know. Oh, what? Oh, I know this one.
What?
Let me see. No, can't order it. They have a pistachio flake, which is a pistachio with a pie crust sort of thing. But yeah, they have some of their liquids go all the way up to 18.
Yep.
But go and buy stuff from them because it's good stuff, and they're going out of business, which is really annoying and sad. Yeah. One more nail in the coffin as far as I'm concerned, because all of the people that have been doing this shit right, that's what half the emails that I'm getting, the depressing emails, are telling me, hey, we've been responsible and we've been doing everything right and we're going out of business.
And that addresses Will's question, because the people that are doing it right are the people that you're not going to hear from eventually.
Well, he said, okay, serious question. How bad do you think the shipping ban is going to hurt the industry? Okay, so if we just go back, let's go back to 2016. 8/8/2016. We'll go to that date.
National Tobacco Day.
That was that was the day where they basically said you can't innovate anymore.
Nicotine is tobacco.
We're freezing the market. If you haven't already sold a bottle of this e-liquid prior to this date, you can't sell a bottle of this e-liquid after this date. That was bad. but people still did whatever the fuck they wanted to do. And the responsible people did the responsible thing. Then we had that was a down that started this very slow trajectory of down.
Right.
Then we had from August of 2019 until March of 2020, E-Valley. And that period of time saw a massive reduction of the industry. There was already, from 2016 to then, there were people going out of business, but not nearly at the rate from August of 2019 till March of 2020.
Yep.
And we immediately went from like a really crappy decline, and I already saw statistics that show that from 2019 till now, 3,500 vape businesses have gone out of business in that 1.5 to 2 year period. So everybody would think, oh, well, that just means more money for the companies that are still around.
No.
We had a whole year where vape shops literally had to close their doors. Well, not a whole year, but a good portion of a year where vape shops couldn't open in most places because of the COVID.
Yeah.
And then now we've got this shipping ban, which there's going to be solutions. There's going to be some rejiggering of the industry. PACT Act is not nearly as bad as it could be if you only sell in your state, for example.
Right.
So states like Texas or Florida or California California's already fucked, but states like Florida and Texas that have a large number of manufacturers, there is a way for them to continue to do business, and there's even a way to cross some borders. But it's going to be relatively not impossible, but more difficult. And I think it's going to hurt a lot of businesses. Not everybody's going to be able to get around it. I mean, obviously, everything's going to cost more.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to cost more money to get stuff where it needs to go, because we're going to have to use smaller carriers. We're going to have to pay multiple shipping fees to get stuff from this regional carrier to that regional carrier. You're going to have to relay product across the country from one regional to another regional carrier, and, drop ship and do all sorts of stuff. It's going to take twice as long for stuff to get there, because it's got to go from this warehouse to this warehouse so that this carrier can pick it up at this warehouse and go to this next warehouse before it gets to you. And there's going to be more paperwork each and every time a different carrier touches that product. Yep. So then reporting becomes more steps. And I'm not saying impossible, but yeah, it's going to be more difficult. Products could be more expensive. Consumers are going to bitch about having to pay $25 for a 60 ml bottle instead of paying $15 for a 120 ml bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the problem that we talked about last week, where I said not we, because I'm not in the industry, but the industry fucked up when they started this race for the lowest price point, because people were more interested about how expensive a product was versus the quality of the product and the value of the product. The moment that manufacturers started dropping their price point, they devalued their own product.
Yep.
And now we're getting to the point now where we're going to have to do some price rejiggering, and people are going to be kind of pissed off about that. I see a lot of consumers that really aren't aware, haven't been around as long as I have. Because I remember paying $1 a mil for e-liquid and being fine with that. I would pay $30 for a 30 mil bottle. And today, if I ordered 5 Ponds, which is probably one of the more expensive brands on the market, it doesn't bother me because I don't smoke. Yep. I'm willing to pay more for a higher quality product. Or, I'm not saying that the lower price products are lower quality, but if you had charged what the product was worth, you would have had more money in the bank to help fund the defense of your industry. But the problem is there were people willing to undercut the next guy instead of sitting at a table and having industry discuss, hey, we need to set some sort of range for the value of these products so that we can reasonably protect our industry. And they never did. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean, I think that people would have, I was happy. I was totally fine with paying $1 a mil. But even if you said, a 30 mil bottle standard should be $19.99, I think people, as long as everybody was on the same page, yep, within $1 or so of that price point, mm-hmm, we would have been able to protect this industry better than what we did. We were bad stewards of that. I mean, not we, because Kevin and I are just consumers. Right. I know how much it costs to make e-liquid. I understand that it's not nearly $19 for a 60 or a 30 mil bottle, but it is a product that you are inhaling into your body. It is a product that you're using to save your life. Mm-hmm. The product is worth that price point. And then, like I said, if they're making, if they're paying like $3.50, $4 a bottle of e-liquid, yeah, and that's a very expensive bottle at that, they're still, retailing it for $19.99. The vape shop gets a little cut of that. You got your wholesale price to your manufacturer. There would have been money to protect this industry.
Thank you, Will, for saying so, by the way.
What did he say?
When he started, he paid more for juice a month than he did for snuff and smokes.
Yeah.
And he will be okay with a price hike to a point. It's important to know for that, because there are manufacturers watching, listening, and not watching and listening at the moment, but there still is some hope. There's a glimmer, and there is ways around it. And there's not. I said that wrong. There's ways we can go, hopefully, where everybody can get their product they want in their state at least. But
no, I mean, I'm quite confident.
But man,
I mean, I'm not always in the halls of power, but I'm adjacent to the conversation, and I know that they're working on solutions. It's going to be more expensive to ship product. I'm quite confident, and I mean that's a reasonable expectation. Yeah. But you may not be able to get all the shit that you want.
Right. All the shit you really want. Right.
So, some products may not be on your distribution chain anymore. Right. You may, like I said, if they, if Florida and Texas and all these other states, if they work out a way to get Texas products on Texas store shelves, I think that's good for Texas. If Florida is able to get Florida products on Florida shelves, I think that's good for Florida. And then obviously there's going to be some national brands that can get the distribution model going. But yeah, I mean, I think that there's a way to do this that is reasonable and legal, because we want to make sure that, no DEA agents are busting in your vape shop doors.
Right.
And cuffing you and taking you out, because
they will cuff you. And take you
I
out.
saw somebody say somewhere that Safada had a thing, and they had a DEA guy on there who said that, this is low on their priority list. It won't stay there. You've got what's the Indian fella that I can never say his name. The Krishnamurthy.
Oh, Raja
Krishnamurthy and quite a few other people in Congress have been writing letters every week to the FDA.
Truth is in the middle of that.
So eventually they're going to be writing those same letters to ATF. And ATF will eventually have to buckle, and it may not be a priority enforcement thing for them right this minute. But yeah, it's going to be eventually they're going to have enough people crawl up their ass that it's going to take a spotlight. They're going to make some examples.
Have an example
because that's the only way to keep the politicians off their ass. So
let's just say, you correct me if I'm wrong, because I trust your assessment of what I'm going to say. Let's pretend I'm in Ohio.
Do you have what's the word that we said a while ago where you accept cognitive dissonance?
I forgot.
where you agree with science that agrees with you and you disagree with science that doesn't agree with you.
Yeah, that.
You use the damn term all the time.
So if I'm in Ohio, when I am, and I have a shop and I make stuff, and then I call you and I say, "What are you doing down there in Texas, Patrick?" Well, I can't ship my crap to you, and
I'm diddling myself. Oh no,
you're diddling. So how do you diddle? What do you use? Can I make that here? Can we make an agreement so that I can make your stuff here and sell it for you, and you can make that stuff from me and sell it there for me, and then we have an agreement? And there could be things like that, wouldn't you think? If it's already legal and everything's hunky dory is not the best phrase, but
no,
because
you're registered. You would have to. I mean, you could still do it. You'd have to go and amend your PMTA,
right? Okay,
and your tobacco product registration,
and that's why I asked you the question. So yeah,
I mean, it's doable.
Will,
it is doable.
That's what I'm doing, Will. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm doing a meta-analysis. I like to call it meta-anal.
But yeah, there will be necessary steps that have to be taken to make that a real thing.
There's also going to be
not impossible
shops, right? Aromatherapy shops are going to have a back door. You goddamn well know there's going to be. So candle shops or whatever the front says.
Now there's a vaping YouTube guy that is apparently on the spectrum. He seems a little mentally ill, who went after Matt for saying basically the same thing. And he apparently sent a recording of Matt Cully on Matt Cully's show.
Oh, good God.
To the ATF.
Oh my God.
That he was promoting the birth of the black market, like it's not already born. Like he apparently has turned in multiple YouTubers to FDA and ATF. So don't say things like that, because I don't want them coming here, because I lost all my guns in a boating accident.
All right. Confirmation bias, by the way.
Yes, that's the word.
Either way. Would you like to just put it on there?
I see your science and raise you confirmation bias.
I don't like what you said. Here's what I meant.
I don't like what you inferred from my implication.
It's what I used to tell Vic. Don't you look at me in that tone of voice. I don't like it. It's not right.
So I did order nicotine this week.
Have you? Yeah.
And I'm going to order nicotine again next week.
Yeah.
And probably a liter of nicotine after that, just to get a couple extra liters.
Yeah.
And I did step up to 250 milligram.
Did you? Yeah.
Concentration, so that it'll go longer. And I have a special freezer right here on the floor beside my foot that I can probably put 3 gallons of nicotine in. Yeah. So
yeah. And you can get, so far, VG and PG.
Yeah, I don't imagine they can do anything about that.
Yeah, you can get that in multiple places if you're going to DIY, but you're not going to save. I keep seeing the DIY stuff. Well, I'll be fine.
No, I'm getting letters from the DIY suppliers saying that they're no longer going to be able to supply.
And that, my friend, is what we're talking about. So yes. I'm okay. I got everything I need. Well, you're not thinking of Mrs. Johnson.
No, I'm buying massive amounts of nicotine so that I can supply other people.
Yeah. Mrs. Johnson in Bohunk, Idaho can't get it. And that's who it's going to hurt more than anybody else.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's going to hurt the older people with shaky hands. It's going to hurt the people. Yeah. It's going to hurt the people that, can't see. It's going to hurt the people that have fine motor problems. It's going to hurt the people that don't have the patience and the wherewithal to order scales and beakers and stirrers and all those things. I mean, you don't need all that stuff, but I actually enjoy my gadgets, so I have scales and beakers and
because you're a genius,
magnetic stirrers. So Ed West wants me to send him my beta test for Bourbon Peach. Since I would suggest Ed that you place a very large order with Lunar Rover.
And if you're thinking you're going to get it from Patrick right away, talk to Nick and thank you, Nick, for noticing my big pop filter. By the way. He said it was sexy.
Well,
oh, that Nick. Patrick's not going to send you shit for the next year because he can't get theirs out. Nick and Jennifer are waiting, and they're still waiting. Are they or not?
I never promised it by a certain date.
I'm just checking. She's probably laying in bed with her husband watching the show, and now she's going to snicker. So
it's still sitting here. I have.
Oh, you got it. Oh, we'll show it to them.
Look at all of these different bottles or different steeps and different recipes. Look, this is my my shelf.
There you go.
Yeah. So it's still there.
You haven't vaped it yet.
Well, I've gone through like 4 bottles of this flavor, so I'm pretty sure that this one's right.
Yeah. Will has a question. If you hold a PMTA on a product, won't you be able to have someone in another state make it for sale in the state it was made? You would need to file or revise the PMTA for the second state.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. See, Will,
you have to list first. You had to register your company. Then you had to register your manufacturing. If you have multiple manufacturing places, you had to register those places. So, yes, you have to register your product. And when you register your PMTA, there's a spot on there, I'm sure, where it says this is where it's going to be made.
Where are you? So, Will, I appreciate that because I don't know everything, and I pretend I do. And my other genius statement on my screen is just a joke for Patrick. But sometimes I know exactly what I'm asking Patrick, and sometimes I don't. And that one I didn't either. So, yeah.
So, to address what you just said in the chat room, John, because I'm not going to read the whole comment, there is supposedly a company started by somebody in this industry, industry adjacent, who has shown multiple times that he's only out for himself and he cuts corners. I would not feel comfortable shipping my product if I were a manufacturer using that shipping company, because I have no fucking idea whether he's actually complying with the PACT Act or not. I'm not going to name any names. And yes, residential delivery will be difficult as fuck. But I do not. Yeah. See, Paul says you have to detail the mixing facility fairly detailed in the PMTA. I am not confident. Okay. I'm going to say that I'm trying to be as nice as possible when I say this. The level of professionalism in the vaping industry has not shown me that they are capable of starting a shipping company, that anybody in this industry, okay, that 90% of the people in this industry are smart enough and detail oriented enough to follow the PACT Act and do everything right.
That was, yeah. Okay. I don't know.
That's fair. There are a few people in this industry that came to this industry that are from investment banking and from highly regulated industries that may be able to do this. But by and large, I would not feel confident in 90% of this industry doing that. Period.
Yeah.
And without naming names, the one person that I know that's involved in the one venture that's been advertised, I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Okay, that's enough of that.
There you go.
I'll be getting hate mail because he's not a he is popular in certain circles, but he is a fucking criminal as far as I'm sure. Anywho,
you want to use a fuck word just for a drink, or?
Yeah,
I'm honestly unfamiliar. I don't think I know who it is, and I don't really care at this point. I trust your judgment.
I might actually request a chapter.
Okay.
In Demetrius and Phil's
book. All right.
Book.
That's okay.
To tell what I know.
There you go.
If they don't already know it, because there's some things that, obviously we overlap quite a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah. Let's find something else to talk about before I get I say something I don't want to say.
There's a whole bunch of stuff I don't know, so I don't care.
Yeah.
No, it's not that I don't care. It's that I probably don't want to know, because then I'd be.
Yes, I did notice. So not to go down the John Nathan rabbit hole, but I did notice that John Nathan had a whole bunch of recipes that he was going to release.
Yeah.
And now that he can't, he actually published his recipes so that you could make his unreleased e-liquid.
Oh, wow.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that I like any of the recipes, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
That's yeah. Well, that's what I was saying about the aromatherapy shops that are going to pop up again.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that loophole will exist. I don't believe it for a second. The law is so vaguely written. Anything that potentially could be delivered in a vaporizer, whether it has nicotine or not, is captured.
Right. No, well, but if you rename it skin moisturizer and you put dildos or for Patrick and you mail it off.
Now I've seen a bunch of dumbasses that don't know shit about chemistry.
No.
Posting stuff about lube, for example. Okay. If you think that our e-liquid without nicotine is the same thing as lube, you've apparently never used lube. Because even the thickest e-liquid is not as thick as lube.
Yeah, but they're flavored, right?
Yes, but
asking for a friend, of course.
You never know. You might have a little kink in you. No. Obviously, everything that you think of, they've thought of.
Yeah, well, they've already thought. This is like being a parent. You've already tried it, you've already heard it, or your friends have already done it. So that's what the FDA and their cronies.
And I've been seeing, because obviously I follow the cannabis culture, even though I can't do it. I actually don't. But if I do a search for vaping on Google for news searches, I get a whole bunch of cannabis hits now.
Well, yeah, of course.
Cannabis industry is freaking out as well because they know that they're potentially captured in this as well.
Because
there's multiple leafy and high times, and all of the pot media is also, publishing stories about this. And
because it can be vaped.
Greg got quoted in High Times this week.
Did he?
He did.
Greg, he's not even old enough to be in High Times.
He got one of his bucket list items checked off. He got quoted in High Times magazine.
Nice.
So yeah, and aromatherapy are oils.
I know that. I'm just giving an example. Which
So
I think was
yeah,
what Tripp
no,
was doing.
because there are morons out there that repeat this shit, Kevin.
Yeah.
I had that conversation on Facebook last week. That same conversation. And I'm like, no, are you stupid? Do you
Kevin's
think
Lube Shop.
some guy that's been vaping for 3 months is going to come in and solve all of our issues?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you did cover that.
And I'm like, come on, guy, where have you been? Okay, yeah, we've already tried to get the celebrities. What else you got?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, essential oils can't. No. Okay, yeah, all those arguments have already been tried or have been brought up. You're not a genius and you didn't solve.
What if there's no
problem.
Nick, Patrick? What if there's no Nick?
Oh my god,
I know. Devil's advocate. That's all.
Yeah. So
Vapors
Bastard's like trolling us now. It's on his Twitter, Ed.
Is it on his Twitter?
It's on his Twitter. Greggy. Let me look here.
I was gonna say link his ass. His old ass. There was something that he put on that was
I know he just turned like 30 or
30,
something.
I think he told me he was 34. I said, "Are you old enough to do whatever he said?" And he said, "I finally made my bucket list. I'm 34." But I don't think it was the High Times thing. It might have been.
I'm scrolling. I'll find it. He was so happy.
Because he started in this industry.
While I'm finding it.
He was like 12, I think, when he was an attorney or he completed school. I can't remember.
Yeah, he's like one of those idiot savants.
He's like opposite of Ed. Greg's like 20 and Ed's like 162.
But Greg is smart.
Well, yeah. Well, Ed's smart. Smarty pants.
I like fucking with Ed.
He said he's looking.
I'm looking too.
Who was I? I was going to bring this up. I'll see if I can see that while I'm looking. Remember I told you about Jake a while back with the poison?
Yes.
Right? Okay. So I don't know how fast I can pull it up, but let me find Jake. He's been very, very quiet. Not nearly as active as he used to be. However, I thought, how's Jake doing this month? And I found that I'll link his tweet here, or I'll link the photo itself.
Why don't you just put it on screen?
Put it on screen. Hold on. Let me back off of that. And I got to share. I didn't think you were ready because I thought you were looking for something. So
well, I can do two things at once. I'm
yeah.
Sure. I got two monitors.
All right. I believe you.
You're going to have to rub that shit.
I'm going to rub it as soon as I can figure out where the frick the buttons are. So Jake, I'm telling you, as faithful as Phil the rodent is with COVID /vaping / smoking links, he's over 2,500, by the way, the rodent is. Jake does the numbers for the U.S. American Association of Poison Control Centers. He does 3 shots. No link, unfortunately, but look at the hand sanitizer. Look at the color. Look at the strength of this bullshit.
Now, is that Poison Control Centers? Yeah.
Yeah, these are
toothpaste. Is toothpaste on there too?
Toothpaste he doesn't cover.
Toothpaste is just below hand sanitizer.
I was going to say it probably is, but he doesn't use that as the example. So e-liquid, Launder Pods, Tide, hand sanitizer, and e-liquid revised from 2017 for some of this. So this year, 2020, 24,000. So let's round it up. Let's do public health numbers. 25,000 calls. This isn't treatment. This is calls to a poison control center. 25 grand. And for comparison, I got laundry pods, and these
Well,
are under 5-year-old, and they're
now
10,000.
they did. When was those number? When were those numbers collected? In January of 2021,
I believe. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that was before the pandemic.
No, this was
No.
the pandemic, 2020.
Yeah, that's why all the
You were
parents are at
wrong.
home.
You were wrong. I'm going to
All
put it
the
on
parents
record. You
are
were
at home
fucking
watching
wrong.
their fucking kids, so that's why there's no.
Well, look
I
at the
found
hand
great tweet.
sanitizer. 3826, 3,826 e-liquid originally reported.
Okay, all right. During
All
the
right.
pandemic,
Yes.
hand sanitizer is everywhere.
Yes.
Immediate access to hand sanitizer.
It's in
And
my
it's
car, it's in my
everywhere,
house, and
the
it's in my
number
bathroom.
of poison and the number of poison control calls plummeted. Now, what's the difference between the year before and this year? The fucking parents were watching their damn kids.
Right.
So anyway, here, boom. Greg Conley finally quoted in High Times.
Ba-bam.
And there's a link to the High Times magazine article talking about the Preventing Online Sales of E-Cigarettes to Children's Act and how it may pose a problem for the legal cannabis industry. And Greggy's Greggy's comment is here. Greggy Conley, president of American Vaping Association, also points out that changing point of sale systems can be tricky as companies selling products in different places will be subject to different laws.
Mm-hmm.
It should be possible to modernize the tax infrastructure so that you don't have small businesses suddenly having to get licenses and deal with 20 to 50 different state tax authorities, not to mention native tribes and local governments. The American vaping industry needs to be prepared for this new change, but there are definitely ways that the cannabis and CB industries can still ship product.
Not only was he
jump through a few hoops. So Greg was indeed quoted in High Times magazine.
Nice. Love it.
So now he's met Ric Flair, and he's been quoted in High Times magazine. Not bad for a little 34-year-old rat. He's fun to hang out with because
did you say
he's
rat?
he's so deadpan in his delivery.
Yeah,
like you can't really tell if he's joking or if he's serious because his vocal intonation does not change. He's got sort of a flat affect. He does smile every once in a while. If you're talking about wrestling or like death metal, he's into those things, or really bad B horror movies. But yeah, otherwise he it's really difficult to figure out if he likes you or if he doesn't like you, if he's joking, if he's not joking.
I'll give you an example. At the premiere of A Billion Lives, I went down into the bottom part because we were up top. I went down and he's coming up the aisle and I said, "Hey, Greg," because I could recognize him. "My name's Kevin. I'm also vaping it on Twitter." And he went, "Oh." That was pretty much it. That's all I got. So that's all right.
Yeah. But I got all the dirt on Greg, so
good. I'm trying to find the age thing that he linked just for the frig of it, but I can't.
The age thing?
Yeah, I asked him if he was old enough or something like that. I'll try a different way, but Greg's a good guy.
Not a bad kid at all.
You
are old enough to be his dad.
I am old enough to be his dad.
I know.
Surely I don't look it, but surely I don't have a gray hair on my head. Shame on you.
You don't hardly have any hairs on your head.
Well, yeah, because I shave it all off. I don't see it. I can't find it. It's all right. Either way, he was old enough. Whatever it was. It wasn't High Times, but I had never been quoted in High Times.
I'm sure he gets carded all the time.
He probably does. He probably does.
You know, Greg is one of those people, though. He's very conscious of the way he looks.
Mm-hmm.
He works out, like even when he's traveling. Like if you go to an event and he's at the event, when he's not at the event, he's in the hotel gym on the treadmill or on the bicycle or whatever.
There's a couple pictures of him doing so. Yeah.
So I invite each and every one of you, whenever you meet him, say, "Are you putting on a little weight?"
Stigmatize him. What? Oh, there's the stoner.
Are you putting on a little weight?
Oh my God.
Is this your cheat day?
Messing with Greg. Can we have some cake?
And he'll say something like, "Well, what the hell are you talking about, fat?" So I'll be like, "Yeah, but this is me."
Yeah, but. So your son.
So yeah, Kevin, I'm gonna have surgery at the end of the month. So
that's no fun.
I'll be sending you links in the middle of the day. Hey, let's go on and shoot the breeze.
All right, that's all right. There's plenty to talk about normally.
I went to Barnes and Noble today and picked up a couple books. This is a little light reading for after I have surgery.
How to send lube through the mail, or that's a pretty big book.
I'll be giving you lube, all right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jen and Nick. I can't send it to you now. There's a mail ban.
Oh, you ass. So when this was shipped to me, I didn't know. I had no idea what was going to happen because I was told, "I need your address," and I thought, "Holy crap, my wife's going to be really, really mad if this says something funny." Or she's
they only
really, really happy.
They only do that to each other.
Yeah, I know.
They've sent me packages, and I'm not included in the romance.
And
I just got
would have been mad. She just laughed at me. She does that a lot, so it doesn't matter. I'm just waiting on a millennial to try and feed the time. It's been suggested. Oh, man.
I'm done bagging on millennials. I mean, it's there's no there's nothing good. I mean, you can't really gain anything from it. I bag on. I did bag on them for a while, but yeah, there's not really there's no benefit to it. So why?
And Ed,
I'd much rather stare to hear down like 5 or 6 times a day now.
When Ed said I had breakfast with Greg and Father Jack, I remember Father Jack, 2014 or so.
I think I just recently saw a new video from him.
Oh,
could
really?
I could be wrong. Oh, look, I'm subscribed to his channel.
Yeah, he was in and then he was gone, it seemed. Oh, Stoner's going back to bed.
Why are you picking on him?
Because I can.
He came from you. Any flaws in his personality come from you.
Right, but I've already declared the fact that I don't want kids anymore. Just grandkids. That's it.
Oh, no, I'm wrong. The last video he did was 4 years ago.
Okay. I didn't know that he had one that soon.
So it must have the algo must have just thrown one of his old videos up on my feed.
It's an example of there's been a lot of people who have disappeared for different reasons. But
well, there are some people that should have disappeared that are still here. And there are some people that
it's half full or half empty.
But haven't been able to figure out a way to monetize. They've already, whatever they originally monetized has disappeared, and now they're trying to figure out new ways to monetize.
Well,
but they're only relevant in California. They don't matter anywhere else in the world, so it doesn't matter anymore.
All right. Well, I hope you get reported and the DAA comes to your door tomorrow. That's what I'm hoping.
DEA can come. ATF is who I'm worried about.
Well, yeah, they got gold badges.
They'll be looking for all that stuff that
that fell in the water. My son asked me about registering guns today, and I had to sit back for a second.
I don't know if I told this story or not, but my wife said to me maybe a month ago, "You need to take me to the gun store and get me a gun and teach me how to use it." And I said, "Absolutely not. I will take you to the gun store and enroll you in the gun safety class at the gun store, taught by gun store people that are licensed in gun safety education. And I
have
will
dealt with people like you.
I will help you pick out a gun after that, and you will pay for it yourself. But I will not be the one teaching you anything."
Well, why not, Patrick?
Because all women's think they know better, and they will argue with their husband over every little thing, even when they don't know anything about what it is they're arguing with you about.
Please send all hate mail
to you. The last thing I want to do is have a fight with my wife about guns and how to properly use them.
I took my children to a range. They were probably 8 and 10. And I said, "Now, boys, when we get home, I want you to walk in the door and say, 'Look, Mom, no holes.'" She really didn't like that. So, yeah.
I mean, my parents, I'm redneck, so my parents took me out in the backyard and put up some cans and they said, "Here's a gun, shoot the cans."
Yeah.
And
no holes. There you go.
You learn by doing.
Mm-hmm.
So much is going to change in vaping in the next month or so. It's sad, especially for vapors who just switched. Yeah. I just learned the DIY about 6 months ago. Brick and mortar shops are going to cost like 50% more than online, at least. Can't hate them for that. There won't be online. No. There will not be online. So
not legally.
There will be. There is a way.
Right.
There is a way. For example, if you are a person that has an online account with a online seller that also does wholesale and ships to a local shop where you live, you may be able to make an arrangement with that seller to ship your product to a vape shop. However, there is a tax liability for the receiver of that product.
Yeah.
So then that becomes problematic because they're going to have to charge you taxes and report that tax to the state.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it becomes difficult and very complicated because every one of these things has to be done. And if your seller is from a different state, then you've got to report that. They've got to report the sale, your retail sale, to the state, and then the shop will have to collect that tax and put it on their tax reports, probably.
Yeah,
I could be wrong. You may end up getting one of those tax statements in the mail, and you may have to pay it. Yeah. There are certain states. There was a while there where Amazon was because they didn't sell. Amazon used to not charge state sales tax in the state that they were shipping to.
eBay as well.
And then they had to start doing it. And then supposedly you were supposed to get a statement, and then you were supposed to report that to the state and pay the tax.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody ever did.
Nope.
Now, this has been a while back, but now they charge the tax and they send the tax to the state.
So does eBay. Yep.
So yeah, the world is going to change, and I don't believe that it's going to be impossible. It is going to be more expensive, and it's going to take longer. I don't care if they like I said last week when I did my submission for the CASA call to action.
Right.
If the government said, you know what, if UPS or USPS, if USPS said, you know what, we're going to allow retail sales to consumers, but we're going to do a signature upon delivery. We're going to put ID swipers in every one of our vehicles, it's going to cost this much money to install the ID swipers, or to get the portable handheld ones. And we're going to have to charge $20.
Or
20 bucks. 20 bucks. I would still do it.
Right.
I mean, I would order fewer times and make larger orders to make, to make it reasonable. But I would do that. I never complained about how much stuff costs.
Yep.
Because again, it's keeping me from smoking.
Yep.
So if it costs me more than smoking, but I'm not going to die, I don't care. I mean, obviously, I'm using a Stabwood mod. I've got a K fund with $50 worth of tank upgrades and yada, yada, yada. So I'm not the average vapor. I do have
enjoy. Yeah.
I have cheap shit here and expensive shit. So, but if I don't care if I have to sign everything.
Yep.
And I don't care if they have to swipe my ID, and I don't care if it's more expensive, but at least give me the option. But what they're saying is we don't trust our employees enough to do this.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're saying.
Or the adult public, for that matter.
If I'm not home, I go to the post office and pick up my shit. I have spare parts coming from Russia that I know. I paid a good bit of money for shipping on those. I know that when they get here, I will have to go to the post office and pick them up because my postal carrier is too lazy to drive the 50 yards from the mailbox to my house to walk up my sidewalk and knock on the door. Even if I'm here, I'll be watching the thing and it'll say undeliverable. And then I have to go to the mailbox and there's a little card and I have to go to the post office and say, here, give me my shit.
Yep.
I don't care.
Yep.
I'm willing to do that.
Yep.
If I order nicotine and I have to sign for it or I have to be scanned, I don't care. I will do it. I'll pay more for shipping.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't even want us to have that option.
No.
So either A, they think it's, that's too difficult for our mail carriers to handle.
Yeah.
The ID verification.
Yeah.
So
they got that sleeve over the Playboy, that's difficult enough for them to read while they're not doing what they're supposed to do.
What do you mean? There's sleeves on Playboy?
Well, 20 years ago there was. I don't know anymore.
Do they still have Playboy?
Mm-hmm. It's an adult product, They used to mail them in a sleeve. So
I just thought they put them in an envelope.
They cover the naughty parts. Oh no, it said Playboy right on it. Let's see, Dustin's 26 years ago. 26.
So you subscribed to Playboy 20 years ago?
For 1 year, yeah. In the hopes that they would find them eventually. And they did.
So now you bought them specifically so that your kids could find them?
Eventually, yeah.
And then play with them?
What I didn't say at what age.
What are you trying to do?
I don't know, Will.
You're a bad example.
I know. But they came with a plastic cover.
No wonder they're all fucked up.
I know. That's why I said I don't want them anymore.
I apologize for saying that your kids are all fucked up.
Well, yeah, but have you met them?
No, but I've seen them walk back and forth and chuckle when I say something funny about them.
The mic open, yeah. Oh, yeah, they like that. They don't care, but they.
I say, there goes the stoner kid, and he goes, "No, that's the other one."
Tweedledee.
Or the stoner kid will walk by and I don't understand that question. Who would pay for it? People who cannot get on.
Well, 20-something years ago, there wasn't porn online yet. This was a running joke with my wife. I got 1 year subscription of Playboy, period, because I was going to have boys and I hadn't had them yet. And I said, I'm getting a subscription.
Now I've already moved off of that damn thread. So
Which
Ed
thread?
West says that in the High Times Magazine article, there's a guy going around posting on stuff, and he's apparently tried to steal Grim Green's identity.
My God.
I think we talked about this on the show a while back. So apparently, the fake Grim Green is making comments about that to Greg.
Wow.
So
That's
anyway,
a troll.
Kevin, I named this show "Save One Person."
I hope we do.
I finally remembered that there was one thing. So, obviously, to hear Turk.
You said you wasn't gonna.
Well, no, this is just a stepping off point. So he posted that yes, vaping is more successful, more has higher effectiveness when getting people off of cigarettes, but it's only 10%, and that's not good enough. I mean, he didn't say that's not good enough, but that is what he implied. So we have been fighting this whole time. And, if Mark Sliss was in the chat room, or, I know Troop and there's a bunch of retail people here. They spend time with each and every smoker that comes into their shops.
Yes.
I'm not saying all vape shops do this, but the folks that come into my fucking show do.
Bernie has gotten more people off cigarettes. That fucking dog, and I love that dog. That
the dog is awesome.
People off cigarettes than Tahir has ever gotten off cigarettes.
But every one of those, those are small little victories. Those are small battles that we win every day. And for me, if I see a statistic that says that vaping is 95% safer and it is 10% effective at getting people off of cigarettes, as somebody that's done the research and understands that NRT or any of the pharmaceutical produced products, at most, multiple studies, not just one study, multiple studies concluded the same thing, that at most they're 6% effective. And that is with scheduled behavioral, psychological, some sort of support system.
It's 7.
Like they do in the UK. In the UK, you sign up with a stop smoking thing, and you have to go to meetings, and you have to have meetings with your counselor and stuff. At most, those products that have gone through rigorous scientific testing and a long, drawn out approval process, they're only 6% effective.
7. The reason I say 7 is because I've got Truth Initiative, and I've got your friend and Ed's friend, Scott Gottlieb, saying 7. So I'm sticking with 7. Huh?
It's not.
It's probably 5.
I've read I can look on my computer. I've got probably 6 or 8 studies here, and they all conclude
6,
5 point something to 6 point something.
Right. Well, okay, then the 6 point something might be the 7 that they're talking about. I don't know.
They'd have to be doing massive rounding up. But anyway, the vast body of science shows 6 to 7% effective. So when I see the study that Dickhead, and he didn't actually share the study, but I know the study that he's talking about.
No, he didn't even know what he was talking about.
He never shows where he gets his information. But
here's an exercise.
The Cochrane review says that it's 10.
Is it 10?
So
Here's
immediately,
exercise for anybody in the room tomorrow. If you're at a drugstore, ask the pharmacist what the success rate of the product is. Pick one. Doesn't matter. Gum,
do
patch.
you want everybody to go have fights with the pharmacist tomorrow? Because then I'll see headlines: vapors start fights in pharmacies nationwide.
Call Nicorette and ask them. I've asked them on Twitter. What are your success rates?
They won't say.
I know they won't say. They tell me to call an 800 number, and they didn't
So
help me either.
Immediately,
they don't brag about the rates.
Immediately, when I responded to Tahir with his 10% bullshit, the very next thing I tweeted at him was, "Oh, here's the link to a study with 66,000 participants that shows that vaping is 18% effective."
At least.
No, well, I mean, they were pretty firm on 18%. So regardless of whether you're saving 10 people out of 100 or 18 people out of 100, or as another study that I have says 27% and 27 people out of 100.
I've got 78. Ed showed me in 2013 or 2014 or 15, Moffitt Center, 78%.
Well, that was on crappy technology too.
My survey showed 74. If I can't remember, 70 something.
Regardless,
right,
of whether it's 10, 18, 27, or 78. If you don't think saving 10 people's lives is important, you're not in the right business, public health warrior. But yeah, I mean, for me, if we're saving one person's life, that's important. There is no intrinsic dollar amount that you can put on a person's life.
No.
There is no value limit to saving one person's life. So if vaping only saved 1 out of 100 people, if it only worked 1% of the time, it still deserves a seat at the table and should not be maligned or attacked, because people still go get acupuncture to quit smoking.
Yep.
And
how is that?
There's no scientific evidence at all that shows that it helps in any way, shape, or form for that particular problem. So I think we should be putting the effort into saving a smoker. Right. Our battle, because we have been trying to survey an entire war, an entire battleground, an entire campaign of war, and it's unbelievably unimaginable. But if we focus on one person and say, I'm going to save that smoker today, then your battle becomes much smaller and more easy to manage.
I have a question, Patrick. Have you ever found, I've asked, Ed's probably seen this a time or two. I've never found, have you ever found patch or gum or Chantix enthusiasts?
No.
Anywhere near the
I've never seen like an advocacy organization or a what's the word? I have not seen I've actually seen snooze groups.
Yes, that's different.
I have not seen a Chantix Celebration Society Facebook group. I haven't seen a nicotine patch promotion group. I haven't seen I Heart nicotine spray or I Love nicotine lozenges.
Lozenges save life. No, none of that. No hashtag.
None of those. Yeah, I haven't seen any of those.
I've asked. It's tongue yeah, it's not. We've all tried them, I'm sure. Every freaking person in this room has
Let's see,
tried.
pass it. I haven't tried the actual spray because
No.
that wasn't around then.
No.
I did try Nicotrol. I did try Nicoderm. I did try the lozenges. Tried hypnosis. That didn't do shit. I did try Chantix, and I almost killed somebody.
Yeah.
You know, I already have a bad temper, and you give me something that's going to alter my brain chemistry.
Suicidal thought or a
I never had suicide. I had homicidal thoughts. I did not have suicidal thoughts.
But those are FDA approved thoughts, Patrick. Think
yes,
about it. Those are approved.
The FDA was going to put a black box label on them.
They did, and then they took it away.
Yes,
that was a Gottlieb stunt. He got it in, and then they took it away, and then they put it back on. They took it away. Yeah.
And where does he work now?
Pfizer. Pfizer. So when you have FDA approved, and I'm not against the patch and gum. I'm really not. I'm not against snus. I want to try it. I just haven't gone into the store and seen it.
I have a box here. I have a can here, not a box.
Well, I'll wait for that in the mail. So
I suggest going to your convenience store.
Patch gum.
I need to get banked. I need to get banked to send me some sting-free snus.
Oh, see, there you go. Who has
banked? We have a friend. We have a person in our circle. I need to get banked.
He actually had. I cannot link this. There's no way I could find it quick enough. He had Mitch Zeller answer his questions about sting-free snus, then the snus and the Swedish experience, and it wasn't a very long answer, but it was harm reduction motivated, and he got his answer in a meeting 2015 or 16. Ed might be able to catch that quicker, but yeah, snus is something I never even heard of. You know, in my world.
Is it snus or snooze?
Yeah. Pouch. Pop it in.
And I don't care if they're legal or not.
Yeah.
If he sends you some, you have to send me some.
See,
Bastard is just taunting me with the super chat now.
He's trolling. I still don't know.
I might have to go into the YouTube channel and ban him. Can
I
mute? Can you just mute people? I've never done anything on.
Leave him alone. He's not to be touched. Oh my God! Yeah,
you and I discussed last week a new version since we can't actually get super chats. So what I should do is below you and below me, I'll put each of our PayPal addresses, and you'll get an alert on your phone or on your screen and say somebody just sent you money on PayPal, and you can go and see, and then say, okay, I will highlight a comment made by whoever just sent you $5 on your PayPal account.
Well, I want mine all to be a $1 donation, and I want them all to say Pat's an asshole. But we'll highlight it.
Yeah, I just said that. I don't care what people say. If you think I don't have feelings,
that's right. Well, that's what feelings are for.
I'm so much of a narcissist that nothing that you say will hurt me.
Mm-mm. Even when you're wrong. I know. I've seen it. It's great.
I've admitted the 4 or 5 times I've been wrong in like 10 years.
4.5.
It's happened. I've admitted it. I made a mistake. It happens. Like once every 2 years.
Once today.
Well, 2 years from now, I'll be wrong again.
Yeah, Bent. I don't know for sure how you pronounce his name.
Bent.
Snubby, I think, is another guy on Twitter.
I mean, we know people.
Dr. Rodu is a huge advocate
into it, but Banked actually owns a company that makes them.
Yeah. And Dr. Rodu, if you're in doubt, Dr. Rodu has been covering this for decades. So, yeah.
And Alex Clark doesn't even vape anymore because he's a snooze guy now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah. Lots of other options. However, if I enjoy this one, why should it be banned and why should I have to go through hoops to get it or anyone else to try? So,
exactly. If it'll save one person's life, why do we have to fight for it? They should, you know, that's 10 people out of 100. Even if you take that number, if you agree that it's only 10%.
Yeah. And if Cliff Douglas can say this is enough and we know enough, and here's some of the examples, then where's my FDA? Where is my Surgeon General? Where are the body parts, nonprofit political pharma front groups? Why are they not completely just balls out saying, hey, this is the answer. This is another answer. This is a good possibility. There's a lot of reasons.
I'm just dumbfounded. I mean, we've got them openly admitting
publicly.
They only save 10 people out of 100.
Mm-hmm. We don't know.
So you're saying that those 10 people don't matter?
Right.
When you use the word only, you are devaluing them. You are devaluing 10 lives.
Yep.
How many people in America smoke, Kevin?
The estimate, I think, is 40 million. I don't remember.
Okay. So
400,000.
If vaping is only 10% effective,
I think it's 40. Ed might know. Or the estimate, the alleged.
So that's 4 million people that we could potentially save.
Or 400,000.
No. 1% or 10%.
Oh, 40. Okay, yeah. See, I told you I didn't like math. So 4 million.
That's 1/10 of 40 million.
And then not only have they known, why have they lied?
That's not a massive amount of people.
Right.
So if 480,000 people die every year from smoking, and we can save 10% of them,
that's 48,000.
That's 48,000 lives.
So one doesn't matter.
How is that not a big deal? 48,000 people a year.
Well, 2.4% of all the children that they couldn't find matter, right?
So, yeah, I mean,
that number
they're killing 48,000 people a year on the narrative that they can't save them because there's a youth epidemic, and they can't even find enough kids to participate in a study when they had 96,000 potential candidates.
I showed you my tweet from 2016. I've been asking this since probably 2014.
Sir, you need to quit showing everybody your tweet.
It's a little tweet. So not quite a Tic Tac size, but it's not a joke that they're saying it's happening, but they can't show it to us.
So, well, it's like the gateway. It's like the gateway.
It's gone.
We can't find it, but we know it's there.
Yeah.
CDC admitted that.
Right.
We know there's a gateway. We can't find it, but we know it's there.
The incompetence level. My brother called me in. We were discussing COVID. I'm not going to go into the COVID.
Your brother called you incompetent?
He called me.
That's very nice.
We talked about COVID, and I said, "No."
At your age, it's dangerous.
I said, "Welcome to the vaping world. This is chaos on a massive scale. Just think about the vaping issues because he's aware of them. We talk once in a while."
Now, is this the famous country singer brother, or the?
No, Fisher House. He's in the
other brother.
He's a director.
I saw something this week I wanted to show.
What?
Keep talking.
He opened and is the first manager of the Fisher House, which is a private organization helping veterans, families. If they're sick, they can stay at no charge, period, ever. And it's a beautiful place. So I haven't physically seen it yet. So I was kind of excited to see that. And I complimented him on the production that they did for the video, because they showed him at the beginning. Oh yeah, look at that. Explained who he was. And then it just went to what they do for the veterans' families and their families. So I thought it was a beautiful thing. Put it back up. Go ahead. It's all right.
I would have thought you would have grown into those ears.
Look at that vest. Oh my God. Look at that. I want to be a cowboy.
1976.
No. I was probably 82, 83, maybe 81.
Now those were way out of style by 81.
We were out of style. It might have, you might be right. 78 or 9, maybe. We had just moved there.
Those collars and those denim, that was out by then, sir.
When did Urban Cowboy come out?
78.
78, 79.
Yeah.
I'll say 78 or 9. That was probably 12, give or take.
There's another one.
Oh, good Lord. Are you trolling me?
I'm stalking you on the Facebooks.
Do you know why these pictures are on there? These pictures are on there because, yeah, that's my mugshot. Because a cousin on MySpace sent a photo of me, an unflattering photo. And I said, yeah.
They're all unflattering.
My mother's the oldest.
I didn't hear that every time I see it, I laugh.
My mother's the oldest. When she had me, I was the first. Oh, that's me and my niece. Oh, I love that kiss.
I'm just laughing at your face. I'm not looking at hers. I'm just laughing at you. Yeah. So, how old is this child?
Katie at the time was probably 16, maybe.
Oh, she looks much younger than that. See, I'm at that age. I'm at that age where teenage girls look like they're 10.
We were making jokes about duck faces, so I said, let's do a duck face together.
But as a square old man, there's no way in hell I'd let my daughter have a lip ring when she's 16.
No, me neither.
Because I'm a square old man. I'm not hip.
Yeah.
Oh, there's you with a mullet.
I don't have well, yeah, I probably do have a mullet.
There's you with a mullet.
Sort of. You could probably call it a mullet, although it probably wasn't.
All business in the front and party in the back.
Is that Janice and I?
I don't know.
I hope you're having fun. So
yeah, it is.
On his MySpace, he put a picture of me, and I said, "You little bastard." I'm the oldest grandchild on that side of the family. I've got every one of you little bastards pictures from everywhere. So the first one I put on was the one that put one of me on as a clown. And it went from there. And then I scanned literally every friggin' picture my mom, after she passed, I got them all. So all of her sisters were really proud to send her photos. She sent a few. We got them all.
My mom sent me, she went through all of her shit, like all of our stuff. And she took all of the pictures of my brother and put them in a photo album and sent them to him, and took all of the pictures of me and put them in a photo album and sent them to me. She says, I don't want this shit anymore.
This ain't me.
And I said, why didn't you just put them in the burn barrel and burn them? I don't want this shit either. But there is I have a Polaroid of me and Elvis's dad when I'm a little kid, standing at the gate of Graceland, that I will pull out of the photo album at some point and scan it into Facebook, because I'm only one step away from the king, baby.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that means that I'm only 2 steps away from Michael Jackson.
Uh-huh.
And 3 steps away from Nick Cage, because Lisa Marie was married to Nick Cage before she was married to Michael Jackson.
I didn't know that. Huh. Well, I got a man crush on him.
Who, Nick Cage?
Oh yeah, I like Nick Cage.
Yeah, he's
Al
he's there's a new B movie out with him that I actually posted the trailer like 2 months ago on my Facebook, where he goes into it's like a Chuck E. Cheese with like the animatronic like Country Time bear like animatronic animals, and it's haunted. And everybody that goes in there at night, they die, the animatronic monsters kill everybody. So I want to see that movie.
My man crush thing
He goes in and kills all the animatronic monsters.
Al Pacino, Sam Elliott, Bruni, and Demetrius are running really, really close, and then Ed. Those are my man crushes. And then, as a bonus, it's Fig's hair. I don't know if that really qualifies.
Oh, you know, your like man crush is Paul Lynde and Liberace.
Paul Lynde. So yeah,
that's a dated reference. A lot of people won't get that one.
He was on Bewitched. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he was hilarious. Very hilarious. Yep.
So am I assuming that every bastard is going to send me $5 for every one of these super chats? Is that what?
There you go.
Yeah.
He's been working harder than we have.
Count all these super chats. Never mind. I was going to say something rude. I'm not going to say it. Not at a bastard. Even though he's a bastard, I would have been friendly fire. I don't want to do any friendly fire incidents tonight.
It's mysterious, though. He pops up and then he's gone. And then he pops up and then he's gone.
He's like, these assholes are still on. I'm going to go fucking troll him again.
He's been hanging all night with us.
Normally
away. Believe me.
When we have important guests, then he leaves. But if it's just me and you shooting the breeze with like aimlessness,
pictures of me,
aimlessness. So yeah. But yeah, obviously the shipping ban is happening. Is it a ban? Yes and no. Is it going to affect the industry? Yes. Is it an insurmountable target? No. But it is extremely difficult, and it will affect the vast majority of the industry in a negative way. Yeah. People are going to have to pay more. They're going to have to wait longer. It's going to take a lot more steps. It is doable if you have the infrastructure in place and you hire somebody that knows what the fuck they're doing.
Yep.
So,
and it's going to deter
undoable.
Yeah. The future is deterred.
Difficult. And it will slow the growth of the technology, and it definitely will negatively impact the size of the industry. And the number of products available nationally.
And the number of smokers are going to try.
Hindsight is 2020. I bitched and moaned about the fact that we put ourselves into this situation when we devalued the product and made it impossible for us to defend the industry. Mm-hmm. I can say shit like that now. But at the time, nobody was pointing out, hey, if you don't charge enough for your product, you're not going to make enough money to put a nest egg away so that you have a war chest for the future.
Later on, yeah.
So yeah, I see this shit now, and I didn't see it then, or I would have been telling everybody, no, don't sell 25 or don't sell 120 milligram bottles for $15.
Nope.
You're ruining your own profit margins, and you're going to make a lot of money selling a lot of units now.
Volume.
But it's going to disappear.
Yep.
And then everybody in the market started reducing their prices. Everybody tried to cut corners and went from glass bottles to plastic bottles.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is what it is. All we can do, and all you DIYers, I even saw somebody in here say, well, I got 2 years of nicotine in storage. My suggestion is buy more nicotine so that you can make e-liquid and go and save some smokers.
Yep.
Buy, while you still can, go to Fast Tech and order cases of Ego batteries and CE4s.
Yep.
Kevin still uses them.
Hold on.
They converted millions of smokers with that technology.
Oh,
More smokers than we converted more smokers in the first 6 years of this industry.
Yep.
Than double, quadruple. We went from no vapors in 2009 to 11 million vapors in 2016. And guess what? You know how many vapors, if you add the 4 and the 7 together, Kevin, from the last estimate, the somewhere between 3 and 4 million full-time vapors and 7 million part-time vapors. Yep. You add those two numbers together, how many vapors you get?
11
million vapors in 2021.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's our duty as the people that have already adopted this technology to figure out ways to get
25
smokers now.
25%. That's 25% of the 40 million. More than 25%, isn't it? 11 into 40.
Yes, it's more than 25%. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's our job. It's our responsibility to pay it forward. Vaping saved your life. Now go save a fucking smoker.
Yep.
And when all of this is done and over with, sure, you can still be vaping, but eventually your shit's going to wear out. Your shit's going to run out.
Backups.
Eventually.
Yeah, buddy.
But buy extra now so that you can help people. Because even after we've lost, we still going to be fighting.
Yeah.
I think I'm done. Just because VTA's gone and I don't think Safada is doing shit doesn't mean that I can't go to Washington, D.C. and raise some hell. Yeah. Doesn't mean that Kevin can't go to Cleveland or whatever the capital of Ohio is and raise hell. Canton
or whatever the capital is. Yep.
It's Ohio. They don't even have a good football team.
Columbus. I've been to Columbus. I've been to James's shop.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before. I'll say it again. I'm done waiting for an organization to tell me what to do.
I never really did. I just kept tweeting and yelling and blogging and
so yeah. You know, when we said 2 weeks ago, or no, last week, when we said last week about sending letters to the Inspector General and the Postmaster General, and Kristen Noel Marsh is like, well, we need to talk to Alex and see if that's going to cause trouble. No, I'm sorry, Kristen Noel Marsh. I love you and I love Alex, but I'm not playing your game anymore. I will do what you ask me to do, but don't tell me not to do what I want to do.
No.
At this stage of the game, we need to try everything.
Yeah.
I said cost more in brick and mortar shops than online. I meant us having to go to shops now that online is going to be. Yeah. I mean, if vape shops actually have product that I could vape, I'd go there and I would pay whatever they charged. But the problem is even when I had vape shops here in Corpus where I live, none of them had 12 milligram e-liquid. Not a single one.
Oh, don't start with me. Do not limit nicotine strength. That's all I'm going to say.
So, yeah, I mean, I would love to be able to go and buy stuff at a vape shop. It's like when I go to vape events, I would love to be able to buy stuff at vape events other than hardware. You can buy hardware. But they don't sell 12 milligram. You go to a vape event and they're like, oh, we only brought 0, 3, and 6. Sorry. Just buy 6 and vape twice as much.
Because that's what you do.
Because you want me to buy twice as much.
Because Dr. Farstelina said so. Period. Titration. Stop limiting nicotine strength. I'm on 18. I started on 18. Had I started on 12 or 8 or 6 or 4 or 3 or whatever, I probably wouldn't have stopped.
No.
I
No. If you were a smoker now, Kevin, you have the opportunity to get 72 milligram nicotine salt.
Right. Yeah.
But 0, 3, 6, 30, 36, 50 something, and 72.
24.
There's nothing in the middle.
Nick saw it, yeah.
No, I'm talking about now. If you go to a vape shop.
Freebase, yeah.
Oh, they freaked out when I said I vape 12. Oh, that's crazy high. And you go in the next couple weeks later, they got fucking 72 on the shelf. Mm-hmm. And still no 12.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, I would love to support vape shops, but they'd have to learn to love to serve me.
Yeah. And there is, on the nicotine side, they've shown now that higher nicotine is still safe, first of all. And if instead of having the one patch, if I'd have had 2, it might have done the trick. I don't know.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
I can show you the science that proves that higher milligram nicotine patches are more successful than the widely commercially available nicotine now.
Right.
So that, we had that conversation about nicotine patches, and somebody said that my picture was cringe because I chose to use the highest milligram nicotine patch on the market. And I said, no. That's half.
That's half, yeah.
That's half.
Yeah.
I said Nicoderm only goes up this high, but there are higher milligram nicotine patches.
40.
Studies show the higher milligram nicotine patches are more successful than the lower, even the middle nicotine patches. Yeah. More is better.
Yeah. But they want you to step down.
Well, that's fine.
Right. That's what they want you to do.
They're over the shelf. I mean, initially there was a treatment protocol and a regimen that went along with those, and a prescription that would eventually expire.
My dad did that about 5 times, and it didn't work.
And using the step down system that Nicoderm uses, which was what their prescription model was, it was not successful because they didn't start out high enough.
Ding, David. Where'd it go?
Ding, David. I haven't seen David.
David Moyle said, "Don't make a solution, make parts of, so you never get the full picture."
You make more money selling an unsuccessful product because people are so eager for a solution that they try that thing that is that somebody told them works until they give up. And then they'll wait a while and they'll say, well, maybe I wasn't ready, but I'm ready now. And they'll try again.
Yep.
And it doesn't work. And then they'll just keep trying until they give up and they say, I'm going to die.
About 30 times on average, 30 tries. It's insane. And I also found, because of Professor Puffinstuff through the tobacco documents. I can't remember the name of this. The website's very, very interesting. If you have time, go through it. That tobacco companies said to the pharmaceutical companies, because Paul has led me down a rabbit hole of nicotine and the control of the tobacco that the nicotine came from, that they said, hey, don't say that about these patches. Do it this way. We don't like the way you're doing that, or we're going to cut off your nicotine supply. So you're going to do it this way. So that was part. They're not always good guys. I still trust the tobacco companies today more than I do public health, because they're under scrutiny and public health is not. But that's also been part of the picture that people don't know about, and it's buried deep inside the halls of stupidity. So
public health and pharma have never. I mean, well, pharma's being called for their bullshit, but it gets swept under the rug.
Yeah.
FDA is sued maybe 70 times a year.
Mm-hmm.
You never hear about it, but they lose lawsuits all the time.
Yeah.
Every time you see a commercial for an FDA approved medicine, did you take this pill for blah, blah, blah? And did you get severe anal leakage? If so, you may be entitled to a settlement. Call this 1-800 number.
Mm-hmm.
Each one of those is for a class action lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
And
Agament, latest one.
The black box warning. All of those were results of suits against the FDA that you never hear about. Pharma companies are sued constantly by consumers, except for the COVID vaccine. You can't sue the government for that, or you can't sue the government or the pharmaceutical companies because the government signed your rights away if you receive damages from the vaccine to get compensated for your damage. Can't happen. They're protected, indemnified,
piss off,
all that. But they never get mentioned.
Nope.
The only time you hear about a suit, for example, the 6 different public health groups and the doctors' organizations suing the FDA in regards to the deeming. We heard about that. So why am I what is your kid doing back there? Sounds like he's aggressively abusing himself back there.
It's the dog shaking.
I was worried there for a minute. So yeah, you hear about tobacco companies getting sued. You hear about periodically pharma getting sued, but not as much. And you never hear about FDA being sued, except for when the NGOs do it.
Yep.
So, yeah, we are going to lose.
Yeah.
We're going to lose. It's foregone conclusion. We're going to lose. And we have to remember that even after we've lost, we are still going to continue to fight.
Yep.
And if that means that there's no VTA or SAFADA or CASA doesn't have any money to do what they need to do, that just means that each and every one of us has to do what we can with what we've got. Eventually, when we get guys like Cliff finally turning around and going, I think this is too much. We have to start.
My conscience has got the best of me.
Oh my God, I've been wrong this whole time. Or, maybe we should sit down and have a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should do that.
Yeah.
Because, maybe it's time that we stopped being so closed-minded.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, then eventually we will be able to get that victory, to win this battle. I'm actually scrolling. Oh, damn, that hurt my ears.
But laws going into effect already are going to be very difficult to reverse.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult.
Act of Congress in the example of the postal thing. So
we can do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take a lot of work.
A lot of time, a lot of work.
And it's going to take more than 1% of the people that are using the products to fight and defend the technology. I mean, here, this is my version of what Cliff did. Obviously, I don't have time to write a novel like he did. But hey, Here's my thing. I smoke due to stress. It helped me focus. It made me feel better. I knew it would kill me. I found vaping would do a lot of things that smoking. See, there's a little smoking emoji. Did you know that?
I know. Shh, be quiet. They're going to ban it.
I found that vaping would do all the things smoking did with significantly less harm. Now I vape, I feel better, I'm focused, and I'm able to handle stress without committing slow suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's talk about how to keep vaping products out of kids' hands and tobacco harm reduction.
You scared me.
I scared you?
Shannon said she is not going to give up. Neither am I. Neither is Patrick. Neither is Fig. Fig's doing other things, but he's still paying attention.
Well, Fig's doing Fig stuff, but we're not going anywhere.
Oh God, no.
I'm paid. All the bills are paid for almost a whole nother year now. We've got 11 more months.
Yep.
And then in 11 months, I'll figure out a way to pay the bills again, but I don't know that I'll be able to get a sponsor then. But you never know. Here's another one. Tobacco harm reduction is on display, being embraced by the masses. Let's talk about tobacco harm reduction.
Yep.
We can offer options to adults and prevent youth use of clean nicotine. Safer is harm reduction. And I tag Safer Wiki because somebody asked me to.
Yep.
It is a pretty cool thing. It just, and then obviously there's me with my harm reduction.
Helmets, Patrick. Did you see my helmets tweet?
That's my Lincoln electric grinding mask, so that I don't get harmed when somebody is grinding on me.
That's scary to me. It really is. I did
I work a lot with old ladies, and sometimes they get a little amorous. No, I'm joking.
Getting the grind in. I did the what the hell was it? The family happy people there. Family circus.
Shiny happy people? Isn't that like an REM song?
I don't know.
Shiny happy people. You know that one?
I can't figure it out. No, I don't remember that one.
Come on, hurry up, man.
I'm too young for that. Anyway, helmets. I looked up helmets and I looked up about 3 or 4 other things.
Well, I put a harm reduction on our show card tonight. Look, see? Look, there's a life preserver right there. Save one person.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, things you think are safe. So I put.
Oh, I did a whole A to Z, dude.
Yeah. It was along those lines. Helmets. Now think about what we say. We say 95%. That's not the specific number, but that's what they give. Helmets have been shown to reduce head injuries by as much as 85% and brain injury by 88%. So I thought, well, what else is there?
So you weren't wearing a helmet then?
No. No. So full face helmets, I thought, well, that might be safer. And it says, in general, helmets decrease the risk of death by 37% and brain injury by 69%. And I thought, well, that's not 100% safe. How the fuck can they say anything is 100% safe? So yeah, the safety line.
I've actually seen accident victims that were hurt by their seatbelts.
Yes.
I personally was in a car accident and had a bruise and dislocated ribs from my seatbelt.
My friend died because of a seatbelt. Yeah.
Oh, well, that sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks. But okay, Kevin, we've been on here for 4 hours and 10 minutes.
I know, and I don't even like you, so I don't understand.
And we don't have anything else to talk about tonight.
No.
So, what do you have to say for yourself, young man?
I don't have a whole lot of good things to say. You showed me my own mugshot, so we know where that's going to go.
You are criminal. You know what I was going to do is we were talking about the photo albums. I was going to get one of your kid pictures.
Yeah.
And one of my kid pictures and put them through and do the sketch and use that as the cover art for a show.
All right. That's fine.
But all of your kid pictures are blurry because they're like from like cave paintings and stuff.
Black and whites, yeah, way back when.
Well, I'm going to make them black and white anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But they're all out of focus and like blurry.
Camera.
I thought they were like from a stone tablet or something.
It was.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's important to realize that we don't have to fight to save millions of people. That gets personal, that gets like distant and seems like it's too much.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just focus on saving one person at a time.
Yep.
Let's focus on saving the smoker that is nearest you. And then when you save that one, save the smoker, the next one, and the next one, and the next one. If we try to take it into little bite-sized morsels, it'll be easier. It won't seem like it's too much. And we've been doing this for 10 years.
Yep.
And we've been trying to win the war in one movement. And I think what we need to do is break it down into simple steps. So,
yep.
Let's pick one thing this week. There's a mail ban.
Mm-hmm.
One day this week, pick up the phone and call one of your reps.
Yep.
The next day, call the next rep. The next day, you've got 3. You've got 2 senators and a congressman on a national level. The next day, call the next one. And then, appeal to people on Twitter. Hey, I'm sure that not every person that you know vapes. Get one of them, one of your friends that supports your ability and your choice and for you to have access to these products. Get one of your friends to call their reps. Say, hey, my friend saved their life and I don't use these products, but damn, I love my friend and I don't want them to die.
Yep. Why not?
Just break it in. I mean, it's not. I mean, obviously, you have to spend 5 minutes a day protecting the thing that supposedly saved your life. I don't think that's asking too much.
No.
If it saved your life, if you truly value this, it's worth 5 minutes a day.
Yep.
So anyway, thanks for coming. Love you guys. And Kevin and I will probably be here next week because we said we're not going anywhere. So I guess we have to be here. Hopefully we can get in touch with, I think it's a good idea. Let's hit up Cliff Douglas and the Marlboro or the Winston man and get them both on at the same time.
That would be an epic show.
I think that would be pretty cool. So let's do that. Let's work on that. So anyway, you guys have a great weekend. Believe it or not, Kevin is not always a dick. Maybe next time he won't be such an asshole. But anyway, love you. Have a good one. Later.
Save one.
What?
Save one person.
Which one?
Don't talk. Don't fight. Get in. Get one out.
We're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room because it's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just I don't know is killing people right now.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to smoke.
Oh.